Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sheena O'Connell, a faculty member here at the University of Pretoria. Thank you for attending today's session, and a warm welcome to Professor Badat, who will do the introductions of our guests later on. This session will begin with a short video that looks at the first Vice-Chancellor's conversation at St. George's Cathedral in 2014. Our intention is for you to see this promo as a gateway point into the discussions of this conference, which is primarily aimed at unsettling our paradigms. I understand all too well the high cost paid by staff and students at South African universities during 2015 and subsequently, as well as the high cost that students have borne throughout the fight for freedom. There are parts of this documentary that are difficult to watch, and I understand particularly how traumatic this is for me and for many others. This is a caution that there's sensitive footage relating to protests, and I understand entirely if some may not be able to watch the first 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
This discussion takes place 20 years into democracy. What do universities do?
In the 21st century, we start to look at universities as almost the mine or the place from which we get this raw material, which is knowledge.
Universities are essentially about sense-making. They stand between the culture and the future, and they've got to look both ways. One of the most powerful things that we do at universities is to educate people about the other, about tolerance, about reconciliation, and it's done in a space which explicitly protects free speech, promotes argument, tries to create safe spaces for saying heretical things.
2015, I was doing my second year here, and it just shook the university. It really turned us inside out.
Everything was quite scary, and you didn't really know how to place yourself in any of the politics and the conversations.
There's been a very high cost to students, mentally, physically, academically. Students who are protesting for free education, to eat, to sleep, and they were put in prison because they were an annoyance or an inconvenience to university. There's still this massive psychological trauma, and I don't think anyone's had a chance to deal with it because there's been kind of a lid put on it, a carpet put over that.
There's a kind of silencing that happens, and it's not just a silencing of the past. There's a silencing of dissent. There's management of a university's image, a kind of corporate grooming. And there's a management of outcomes as well. One
of the biggest consequences of 2015 was the securitization of the university. It's created this very hostile environment on campus.
The biometric systems, if you lose your student card or your personnel card, you're an employee of this university, you still can't get on.
The 2015-2016 student movement served to remind society of the unfinished project of transition and also the kind of societies we aspire to.
What doesn't work is just the system in general. I think there's a lot of hidden things that we don't know, and there's a lot of searching and trying to understand the levels in which the structure exists.
Slavery, colonialism, apartheid, all of those layered legacies of oppression, exploitation, and, might I say, suppression of local knowledges, ways of thinking, ways of doing, and the loss of agency by Africans to determine their own futures have deeply inscribed how our academy looks like.
The university sits as this not quite African space. Life happens below it. People rush about in their busy lives, but the university somehow is above all of that.
We operate within a template of completeness, and the university is a champion of that template. Once you acquire a degree, you are tall on it, and you are supposed to look down on everyone else.
More and more people are waking up to the issue, to the idea, to the importance. I guess some people are reading, they're engaging with other people elsewhere in the world, because the question of decolonization is not just a question in South Africa. People think it's a South African phenomenon. It's not. It's been there in Latin America for years. Scholars in the UK are grappling with it in the US, elsewhere in Europe. All the historically oppressed people are asking questions about curricula in universities.
The post-colonial university is an idea. It's under construction. It hasn't fully been established. What's very important about decolonization is that it focuses to a large extent on structures of exploitation and inequalities. But decoloniality, on the other hand, is a project about knowledge.
An African university, to me, means that the primary source of knowledge is African-based.
It allows you to freely speak your mother tongue.
A space where I can just think, and if I can explain something that's closer, I can explain it. If I have some tradition that I want to share, it's not looked down on.
We're profoundly challenged to rethink our ideas about the university and its function and meaning, and our ideas about knowledge and how knowledge works and what counts as knowledge.
How would an African scholar, even as an elite scholar, conceptualize the world and research it and teach it and publish on it, informed by an African outlook of the world? No one has the monopoly of insights, and therefore inclusivity, a sort of Ubuntu knowledge production, would make us much more relevant to the society.
It's about strengthening the local, providing voice where there's silence, rehabilitating local histories.
The world is poorer without those voices from Africa. In matters of social change, you never see quite a straight line. The contradictions and all of those things that go with change are there as well. But I feel a groundswell of energy, quiet if you like, because that is the Pretoria style, at least until now, is that we need actually to harness all of that energy to move in the same direction. And what we'll be able to do is to rethink South Africa in the context of Africa, in the context of the world, to contribute new forms of knowledge and knowledge systems, actually to again introduce that diversity of voices. And also, it's a great opportunity which we should not lose. And I think that we are really up to the task. We will face some challenges on the way. That is the nature of social change. But I think change we must and change we will.
Colleagues, very good morning to you. I'm Vasu Reddy, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Pretoria. The promo that you've just watched is a visceral and in many ways an intellectual and political entry point to this conference. It's just that. It is an entry point. I must thank Sheena O'Connell, Professor Sheena O'Connell and her team for putting that documentary together. It's part of a bigger working project which is a film record of this project. So with that, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to this conference, the Decolonial Turn and the Humanities Curriculum, Prospects, Practice, Interventions. To all our visitors, a warm welcome. And of course, to many people who are visiting South Africa for the first time, and I know there are many, also a warm welcome to each one of you. The daily organizing team of this conference must be thanked. It's a formidable group of people led by my colleague Heather Tainsma and the Future Africa staff. Of course, you will see at the end of the program booklet the names of people who've put this all together. I, of course, trust that your stay at this conference will be a stimulating and enjoyable experience, and I can assure you that the next 3 days will provide you with a great experience, not just simply intellectually, but otherwise. At a personal level, I'm quite inspired to have been part of this project and to be where we are today. Over the next 3 days, you will be exposed to not just simply the oral, the verbal, the intellectual ideas, but many other formats that will stimulate our thinking. Let me start out by also thanking our keynote speakers, two of them who are here, Professor Tsepo Madlenkosi and Professor Funmi Olensekin from King's College, and his absence, Professor Francis Mnyomja. As I said, beyond the keynotes in the next 3 days, we also look forward to the second VC's panel, which will be happening tomorrow. In 2015, the inaugural Vice-Chancellor's conversation took place. It was conceptualized by Professor Sheena O'Connell and took place at the St. George's Cathedral in Cape Town. Many Vice-Chancellors or their nominated representatives participated in that event. At tomorrow's event, we'll probably have about 4 or 5 people. We've also lined up some interesting book launches at this conference, but special for us as part of this project, not just simply as a UP initiative, but a national continental initiative, is the launch of the first edition of the Journal of Decolonizing Disciplines, and we're looking forward to that. We also have, as another first, the premiere of Romeo and Juliet, Decolonizing for Beginners, which is a specially written script by our playwright-in-residence Mike van Graan, as well as the specially curated exhibition, The Seat of Power by Sheena O'Connell. Colleagues, of course, you will recognize there have been many conferences that have been motivated by hashtag Fees Must Fall. Ours is an edition that is in part spurred by that movement, but it is also to be viewed against a much broader canvas. This conference, as I said, is part of a project funded by the Andrew Mellon Foundation titled Unsettling Paradigms, the Decolonial Turn in the Humanities Curriculum at South African Universities. Dr. Badat from the Mellon Foundation is here with us, and once more, Dr. Badat and the Mellon Foundation, we say thank you very much. My message in the conference booklet provides a little more detail, so I'm going to spare repeating those details here. But I think one of the big questions for us in conceptualizing this project, certainly we realize that it's not a year-long project, it is a long durée, is really to what extent would our curriculum have changed in time? That is the big question. In as much as we are here today and in the next 3 days to report on the conference, I think we'll probably have a sense of an insight into the architecture, the shape and the structure of this change, and we're looking forward to that. Part of this grant funded by Mellon has assigned a number of pilot projects to several universities in the country that are working on very interesting topics. I'm not going to detail all of them, but really to give you a sense, and some of them are actually framed here. Topics such as Africanizing philosophy, language teaching models, critical methodologies, rethinking musical values, multilingualism in transformation, socially relevant curricula, languages and literacies in higher education, decolonizing and unsettling spaces, recovering subterranean archives, decolonizing the power of portraiture, recentering rurality, discovering identities, creative African narratives, decolonizing anthropology, reflections in the field of gender studies, socially just epistemologies, but to name just a few. Another significant component of this project is information. At the start of this project, we created an online open access portal, which is listed in your booklet, Unsettling Paradigms. Really, it's beyond a repository. It's about providing access to information. Please visit the site. It is evolving. It's under construction. Now to return quickly to the purpose of our gathering for the next 3 days. Some statistics to interest you. You might think there are very few people, but we're having lots more actually arriving today and of course at the end of and the beginning of tomorrow. In response to the call for abstracts, we received 99. 67 abstracts were chosen via a rigorous peer review process. We've had a number of people as part of the scientific committee assisting us with reviewing these abstracts. Beyond colleagues at the University of Pretoria, I must acknowledge Professor Leysens from the University of Stellenbosch, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize from UKZN, and Professor Ruxana Osman from Wits. The number of countries represented at this conference, 10. Number of institutions represented, 20. Number of disciplines represented, 35. We also have, and this is important to recognize, they're not just academics here, we also have student presentations. In total, we have 15. And of the pilot projects that I've referred to, we have 15 of the sub-PIs present here. On to some housekeeping announcements. The Wi-Fi password is listed in your book. Toilets, very important facet. Toilets are located at the back of the auditorium and also in the hub. All coffee and tea sessions will be in the Future Africa Hub. The venues are indicated. As indicated, this auditorium is one of them, and adjacent to me, Conference Room 1 and Conference Room 2. We would like, as far as possible, to keep to the schedule because we have a full program, and we would advise all of you, depending on the sessions you want to attend, to arrive at least 5 minutes earlier. If you have any queries and you need to speak to the conference organizer, Heather Tainsma, who's located at the back, standing there, is available to speak to you. There are also book sales, and the booksellers will be here for purchase. So, colleagues, back to the core business of our conference. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Tsepo Madlinkosi from the University of the Witwatersrand. Up until a few weeks ago, he tells me, he was located at the University of Pretoria in our Faculty of Law, but we now share him in some ways. He's joined the University of the Witwatersrand. The title of his paper is Decolonizing Decoloniality with Eskia Mpashlele. Certainly a fantastic paper in the way it also honors Mpashlele, given the fact that this is the centenary year of Mpashlele's birth. He would have turned 100 on the 17th of December. So to our keynote speaker, Tsepo Madlinkosi is an academic, a critical thinker, and an activist. He holds a PhD from Birkbeck University of London, has 2 masters, one in law and one in sociology. He has been based at UP for 16 years. Currently, he's the director of the Wits Center for Applied Legal Studies. He's shown in his work and in his activism a deep commitment to social justice, not only through his publication record, but through his activism. Over the past 13 years, he served as the National Advocacy Coordinator and board member of the Khulumani Support Group, which represents over 85,000 victims and survivors of apartheid-era gross human rights violations. In addition to his work at Khulumani, Madlinkosi has served on the board of a number of human rights organizations and social justice organizations. These include the Center for Human Rights at UP, the Socio-Economic Rights Institute of South Africa, the Zimbabwe Exiles Forum, the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution, and Amandla.mobi. He is also consulted for the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Pan-African Parliament, and was appointed to the Advisory Committee of the South African Law Commission, Project 25 of the Advisory Committee, which scrutinized the legal legislation administered by the Department of Provincial and Local Government to identify redundant provisions and determining compliance with Section 9 of the Equality Clause of the Constitution. Colleagues, a warm welcome for our first keynote, Professor Madlinkosi.
Good morning, colleagues. I've got a bit of cold, so please bear with me if you can't hear me. I first want to thank Professor Reddy for inviting me to this prestigious conference. Colleagues from the Faculty of Humanities, Professor of Africa, Dr. Badat from the Menon Foundation, and all you distinguished guests. So I've been invited to set the scene for the debates and the discussions that are going to happen in the next 3 days. I've chosen to do that through paying tribute to Eskia Mpashlele, who, as you know, he was a fiction writer, a professor of English literature, a cultural activist, and many more things. As Professor Reddy said, this will have been his 100th year. He will be 100 this year. So I won't make this talk about me. This is not one of those talks where I show you how smart I am. A very anti-decolonial move. Rather, as I said, I'll use this opportunity to provoke us to reinstate Professor Mphahlele at the center of our debates and discussions. The title of my talk, Decolonizing Decoloniality with Mphahlele, is an invitation for us to critically reflect on the so-called decolonial term. Who can indeed disagree that at this time when decoloniality is quickly descending into a series of memes, bumper stickers, where decoloniality has been appropriated by careerist scholars, by management speaks, where decoloniality has become meaningless metaphors, on the one hand. On the other hand, when the decolonial discourse has quickly threatened to become a discourse of crass anti-whiteness, anti-intellectualism, and indeed an anti-humanist relationality. Who can indeed disagree that the time has come for decoloniality itself to be disrupted and to be decolonized if it's to achieve its avowed goals of epistemological parity, interculturality, conviviality, and indeed human liberation. I propose that S.K. Mphahlele teaches us three things in this regard. One, that decolonization is always a disruptive phenomenon. Two, that decolonization is always an invitation towards humanistic, convivial, and indeed Creole being belonging and being becoming. I'll explain what I mean by Creole later on. And lastly, that decolonization and decoloniality scholars ought to move beyond the ivory tower if they are to contribute to the decolonization of society and the polity. However, before I start, I want to tell you about the sources of this talk, that is, to place it in its proper context. There are two sources of this talk. The first source is a talk that I gave in 2013 in Brazil entitled The Pitfalls of Decoloniality. And then the second one is my PhD and my upcoming book. So the first source was in 2013. This is before decoloniality became very important in South Africa. You can find the talk online under the title Contradictions of Decolonial Thinking, 2013. Contradictions of Decolonial Thinking. So, there I was responding to debates that were happening in Latin America, in the UK, and in Portugal, where I was based at that time. That concern about the coloniality of the decolonial industry led me to my PhD thesis and my upcoming book, in which I attempted to critique hegemonic black theories of emancipation and to propose counter-hegemonic theories of remembering Africa. So that's the second source of my talk. It's also available online. And as I said, the book will be coming out end of this year. And the title of the book is My Buyayi Africa, ? Black Strivings for Constitution and Belonging. The premise of my thesis was that contemporary contestation have to do with lack of constitution and belonging, and consequently strivings for belonging in South Africa. By constitution, I did not mean a legal instrument. However, I returned to the etymology of the term constere, to stand together. And my argument was that contemporary strivings in South Africa for social good, so-called service delivery protests, for contestation around land redistribution, for the valorization of the life worlds different from the Western, had to do with the fact that post-1994 constitutional rearrangements did not lead to constere, did not lead to a constitution. That paradoxically the new constitution did not lead to a post-segregationist society. The result is that the minority of people belong and the majority of South Africans continue to be on the underside of South Africa. My main contribution was to show that black people's contemporary strivings for constitution and belonging have to do with the longer durée of settler constitution making. The constitution making projects of various settler regimes in South Africa presaged the shattering of the socio-cultural world of black people. Thus, indigenous people found themselves wordless, unhomely, and as Plaggy in 1916 put it, pariahs in South Africa. Mphahlele was the centerpiece of my thesis because he was one of the first theorists, I want to argue, who put the spotlight on the need for spiritual reconstitution. There's a tendency to focus on the reconstitution of the social world, critical race theory, Afro-pessimism, queer theories focusing on the social world, Marxists and others focusing on the material world. Mphahlele argued us or urged us to look at the spiritual world that was devastated by the eruption of the world of settlers, leading to cosmic disharmony, psychic and existential dislocation, and cultural subjugation. Therefore, I argue that Mphahlele, we can understand him to be saying, seek ye first the spiritual kingdom. You know, Kuma said, seek ye first the political kingdom. Mphahlele argued us or urged us to seek ye first the spiritual kingdom. I want to propose that Mphahlele's main preoccupation and the main thread that weave together his work of fiction, non-fiction, his poetry, his literary criticisms, his newspaper columns, is the idea that colonized people or former colonized people need to first deal with what he called first exile. Mphahlele argued that colonized people should begin by overcoming first exile if they're to develop decolonizing theories and practices. The focus on first exile is important because the ultimate aim of colonization, not colonialism, but colonization, which is ongoing, is to separate colonized people from their sources of economic autonomy, the ways of understanding the world, and ultimately from themselves. Therefore, the primary spiritual striving, as Du Bois would put it, of colonized people is a striving against what Du Bois called double consciousness. Or here in South Africa in 1949, H.I.E. Dlomo explained that successfully colonized people are neither nor characters, quote unquote, neither nor characters. And I quote, neither wholly African nor fully Europeanized, liminal beings in other words. Thus, Mphahlele argued that colonized people ought to overcome first exile if they are to elaborate decolonizing theories and practices. Conversely, and we see that today in South Africa, Mphahlele showed that the failure to deal with spiritual alienation and cultural deracination led to so-called decolonial efforts that were ultimately trapped in colonialist discourse and sensibilities. I'll show that as I proceed. The second significance of Mphahlele is that Mphahlele is said to be, and I quote, the first black South African to be truly international. Desmond. And that scholar put it this way, and I quote, Mphahlele was a person in whom we have the most sustained record of the encounter with an encounter between a black South African writer and the cultures of the diaspora, end of quote. A brief overview might be useful at this point. Mphahlele's spiritual striving impelled him to involve himself in all projects of black becoming and belonging. So in the 1950s, Mphahlele was involved with the so-called Sophiatown Renaissance when he was co-editing the Drum magazine. In the 1950s, Mphahlele was involved in the so-called the West African literature renaissance or cultural renaissance when he was teaching and co-editing a magazine in Nigeria. He was involved in the so-called Negritude movement when he was a director of an international cultural center in Paris in the 1960s. And then finally, Mphahlele was involved in the Black Arts movement and the so-called Negro literature when he was professor of literature in the United States. In all these encounters, Mphahlele was a very critical partner. Mphahlele exiled himself from South Africa with two ambitions in mind. One, to attain belonging within a proud black identity, global black identity. And two, to achieve spiritual fortification. The third and last significance of Mphahlele is that his life and work span the colonial, the apartheid, and the post-apartheid eras. So let's go to Mphahlele's legacy and early influences. So Mphahlele was born in Marabastad here outside of Pretoria 100 years ago. As Mphahlele put it then, and I quote, "Being born black in South Africa is a political event," quote unquote. To be born in colonial South Africa was not just a political event, it was also a precursor to a life, as he put it, of exiles and homecoming. Typical of the situation of many conquered people, Mphahlele's exile began in his childhood. So Mphahlele's parents sent him to live with a grandmother in a black reserve in Limpopo, Northern Transvaal, as it was called then, when he was 5 years old. Ostensibly, he was being sent to return to his ancestral location. However, the experience of living with a grandmother that Mphahlele perceived as uncaring made this an unhappy return. His parents sent him back to Marabastad after a few years. The point is the following. This childhood experience impressed in Mphahlele a duality and an ambivalence that will constitute, and I quote, a never-ending dialogue between his ancestral sensibility and his urban streams of consciousness. So from the beginning, there was this internal duality that will follow him for the rest of his life, and this certain ambivalence. Another source of enervating ambivalence pertained to his relationship to white people. In Down 2nd Avenue, Mphahlele writes that the experience of being caged in the ghetto in Marabastad impressed on his young mind the reality of both enforced racialization and the fact that he was on the wrong side of the color line. From a young age, he therefore developed a fluctuating mixture of envy and hatred vis-a-vis white people and the white world. Therefore, from a young age, Mphahlele experienced not only a sense of internal ambivalence and an inner battle, he also externally felt a sense of rootlessness, disharmony, impoverishment, and unhomeliness. Like all corners, people in Mphahlele thought that Western education was a route towards resolving his spiritual striving. Like Fanon in Black Skin, White Mask, Mphahlele believed that by attending Western education, he will overcome his internal and external feelings of alienation. However, of course, as we all know, Mphahlele quickly learned that the journey and the process of attaining Western education can lead to another form of homelessness and thus increased spiritual restlessness. Mphahlele will later reflect that the process of being sent to a school was like being sent into a wilderness without any precedent and guidance. Aligning himself with the theme of ambiguous adventure, a wonderful book by Sheikh Hamid Khan, Mphahlele wrote that the journey into this new world was similar to undertaking a journey into the night, an adventure into the night. The adventure is a nightmare that the Gambia's Lenry Peters dramatized as being characterized by a bloodless war for the spirit of the corner's person. The war metaphor is apt. A character in Kane's novel concludes that Western education is a much more devastating weapon than the physical weapons of colonialism. And I quote, "The canon compels the body, the school bewitches the spirit," end of quote. Ultimately, Western education added another internal dialogue on top of the antagonistic dialogue going on between his ancestral consciousness and the urban setting. It is this addition that launched him into becoming a so-called trans-cultural person. It was in the context of trying to understand himself and the psychic unhomeliness he was going through that Mphahlele theorized and pioneered the notion of ambivalence and hybridity. That was 20 years before these theories became popular in post-colonial discourse. Ambivalence and hybridity. That was in the 1970s. In a paper published in 1967, Mphahlele wrote that Africans have become enticed by the neon lights of Western homes ever since they were forcibly incorporated into Western modernity in the long 16th century. The enticement and the eventual sense of betrayal is severe for those victims of this modernity's theological praxis. Mphahlele's main philosophical contribution was firstly to demonstrate that colonized elite persons are actually saddled with two layers of hybridity. On the one hand, the often disagreeable negotiation between the ancestral spirit and the urban setting sensibility, as well as in the tug of war between the indigenous consciousness and the Western one. Secondly, in his philosophical and creative writings, Mphahlele demonstrated the ramifications of these dizzying forms of hybridity. We tend to valorize hybridity today, but Mphahlele urged us to unpack it very carefully or to reflect carefully on the implications of hybridity. Mphahlele revealed that double hybridity did not mean he became, and I quote, "the oversimplified and sensationalized Hollywood versions of a man of two worlds." Rather, he became a liminal hybrid person. The subjectivity of a liminal person is a subjectivity jammed in limbo by, and I quote, "a civilization that beckoned us from across the color line, but at the same time rejected us. And so here I am, an ambivalent character." Mphahlele declared in 1973, and I quote, ambivalence, always having to maintain the equilibrium. You walk with this double personality as a colonized man. The pendulum swings between revulsion and attraction, ambivalence, end of quote. However, as Homi Bhabha has shown, ambivalence can lead to two directions. It can lead to slavish mimicry on the one hand. On the other hand, it can lead to being a menace to the settler world. Mphahlele chose the latter route. Mphahlele's initial radicalism is evident in the slant he adopted when he co-founded an African newspaper in 1949, The Voice of Africa, 1949. The Voice exposed both the hypocrisy of white liberals and criticized the ANC for being elitist and assimilationist. Mphahlele and his co-editors anticipated one of the central tenets of black consciousness in 1949 by rejecting, and I quote, "a reformist vision in which both races can live in this country peacefully, not as masters and servants, but as partners, the white race playing the role of the senior partner," end of quote. Mphahlele and his co-editors also rejected the emergent politics of nativism. Mphahlele and his co-editors rejected the slogan, "Africa for Africans." Rather, they advocated for cooperation and unity amongst all oppressed people, including people classified as Indians and colored. However, not to be mistaken for assimilated intellectuals, Mphahlele and his co-editors disavowed the myths of colonization. That's from 1951, Mphahlele penned a series of columns entitled "What It Means to Be a Black Man," 1951, in which he dismissed the moralizing pretense of Western civilization by exposing the ways in which the South African legal system subjugated black people. The apartheid authorities dismissed Mphahlele from his teaching job when he mobilized against the Bantu Education Act. This prompted Mphahlele's first journey into exile. He took up a teaching post in Lesotho in 1954. He returned to South Africa in 1955 and obtained a master's degree in English with distinction, the first black person to do so at UNISA. His dissertation in 1954 was a critique of the representations of white and black characters in South African literature. This was in 1954. Barred from teaching what he called his faith, Mphahlele joined Drum magazine as sub-editor and political reporter. However, Mphahlele never became part of the so-called Drum gang. You know the Drum gang. And he quit 2 years later. Mphahlele regarded the bohemian, the multiracial, and interracial life on the border of the white world and the black world, or the black world and the white world, idealistic and meaningless. The Drum gang acted as if apartheid did not exist, as if racial categorization did not exist, and constantly often ridiculed overt political mobilization. In the context of apartheid, this kind of interstitial living only got the corners so far because he shied away from confronting questions of identity, double consciousness, ambivalence, and non-belonging. For one whose consciousness has been raised, the only possibility that remained for Mphahlele was to mobilize politically. But Mphahlele's involvement in the ANC's politics of integration convinced him that such politics re-centered white people and would never result in meaningful change. Therefore, he chose to go to exile. This act of self-exile began a 20-year period in which he sought belonging and spiritual succor in the proudly black diasporan world. While teaching and co-editing an African literature magazine and mobilizing against apartheid in Nigeria, Mphahlele wrote his most significant work of nonfiction, The African Image, 1962, The African Image. His intentions with this book were to engage in self-determination, to redefine terms of engagement between himself and the colonist. African Image, 1962, aimed to deconstruct the false image of colonialist discourse had imposed on Africans. More importantly, Mphahlele wished to offer a demystified notion of Africanness. African Image contains the first sustained critique of both the negritude movement and the dominant discourse of Pan-Africanism. As you listen to Mphahlele's early 1960 critique, try to apply it to our decolonial discourse today. Mphahlele opens Africa Image, 1962, with a critique of the notion of African personality, which was very popular then, African personality. Mphahlele's main argument against this concept was that it does not have any ontological reality. Mphahlele considered that the evocation and the invocation of the idea of African personality might have some resonance in the field of politics. However, even on this plane, divergent understandings of what freedom ought to entail meant that an all-encompassing idea of African personality, Mphahlele argued, was just nonsense, quote unquote. According to Mphahlele, if necessary, the search for this identity should be confined to the personal quest undertaken by physically and culturally alienated exiled leaders. Morphed into a national quest, the search for so-called African personality, and I quote, became a recolonization of people who were never alienated from their traditional communities and culture. So the first critique that Mphahlele made against negritude leaders was that their quest for so-called African personality recolonized people who were never incorporated into Western modernity. Mphahlele carried the same critique against negritude in chapter 2 of his Deconstruction and Reconstruction of the African Image. Mphahlele inquired, and there's a title of the chapter, what price negritude? What is the price of negritude? He answered that the price that came with negritude were romanticizing, exoticizing, and the calcification or calcification of African cultures. Mphahlele specifically rejected the purity stance that was adopted by many negritude artists. He asserted that such a purity stance, the idea that Africa is pure and Africa is untainted, and we need to return to such an untainted African image. He argued that such a stance is unnecessary deception. Again, Mphahlele empathized with the fact that negritude was being embraced by liminized Africans desperate for ways to deal with their psychic restlessness. He, however, warned that negritude movement was unfortunately, and I quote again, too preoccupied with anthropological creepycrawlies to sufficiently deal with the dilemma of double consciousness. In this way, Mphahlele anticipated the famous book by Mudimbe, The Invention of Africa, 1989, Appiah's book, In My Father's House, 1991. Finally, in an earlier paper entitled The Cult of Negritude, Mphahlele went as far as to argue that the negritude project was not a decolonizing project because it was a project propagated by middle-class disciples intent on, quote-unquote, auto-colonizing the rest of the continent. Mphahlele's warning was that Pan-Africanism and negritude leaders never actually exited the liminal world. Rather, these elites imposed their own image of African rebirth and African renaissance based on their own socio-cultural station. Their salvationist efforts amounted to auto-colonization. Finally, Mphahlele observed that these leaders recolonized non-transcultural majority by elaborating a static idea of African culture. Rather than learning from the unassimilated majority, these elites deployed an aggressively anti-Western discourse, which was nevertheless colonialist discourse because it was based on anthropology and the colonial library. To sum up the journey so far, physical exile helped Mphahlele to both regain Africa and to deconstruct Africanness. Furthermore, exile enabled Mphahlele to begin to reclaim and to redefine his African identity without the politics of bitterness, pain, and pathology of alienation. Finally, being an outsider endowed Mphahlele with a unique perspective to critically evaluate how, in the course of putative decolonization, negritude leaders and Pan-African leaders deepened homelessness and unhomeliness. Mphahlele's main publication in the USA was a collection of essays that engaged critically with the dilemma of whether Americans of African descent should seek cultural and symbolic return to Africa, or they should accept their identity as Black Americans. The crux of his argument in the book called The Voices in the Wild World, 1973, was that Black Americans must seek their self-realization in the United States as native sons, as Baldwin would put it. But he feared that most Black poetry was excessively bitter and too focused on protests to enable this. Black Americans interlocutors were stunned by Mphahlele's appraisal. They labeled him an Afro-Saxon, a Euro-African who has lost touch with his African identity. They suggest that Mphahlele was an interloper who had failed to penetrate into the psyche and understand African American culture. Once again, the Mpahlele and his wife Rebecca, were thrown entirely upon themselves because they refused all manner of what Edward Said called egregious belonging. They had to negotiate the dark alley of exile alone. While the USA was professionally more fulfilling than Africa, spiritually, the country did not ease Mpahlele's spiritual restlessness. In 1977, Mpahlele and his wife, Rebecca, ended their 20 years of exile and returned to apartheid South Africa. So a lot has been made of Mpahlele's decision to return to apartheid South Africa. Why would a tenured professor at an Ivy League university come back to apartheid South Africa? The main impulse behind Mpahlele's decision to return was his realization that the only durable way an alienated person could deal with a state of self-alienation and double consciousness was by returning to the source. Mpahlele put his efforts upon returning into teaching, into hosting writing workshops, and other conscientization processes. He co-founded Black People's Only programs, including the Pan-African Writers Association and the Council for Black Education and Research, which were all explicitly inspired by Black consciousness movement. These programs aim to showcase and cultivate Black self-reliance, self-pride, and self-determination, and thus shift Black politics beyond what he called the poetics of bitterness. Mpahlele often asked, "What is your tomorrow?" This was a time when Black consciousness was the main political ideology. For Mpahlele, Black consciousness was good for Black self-reliance, self-determination, but the focus on white people, he argued, stopped people from reflecting on the question, what is your tomorrow? Mpahlele argued that the process of Africanizing the academic curricula needed to start at the school level, and his main philosophical basis had to be African humaneness. On the eve of South Africa's transitional period, in keynote addresses, in speeches, in book prefaces, in a monthly magazine column, Mpahlele advanced the argument that the main aims of the political transition ought to be the forging of a conducive environment for the realization of African humaneness and African becoming. He observed that the language of non-racialism and the hastiness surrounding the reconciliation project constrained these objectives. Mpahlele argued that the constitutional negotiation between Black and white elites will result in a transition from white domination to white hegemony. We can debate what he meant by that. The transition from white domination to white hegemony. Therefore, staging returns, reasserting the lived philosophy of African humaneness and exalting a creolizing African culture of the non-modern majority are at the heart of the Mphahlelian becoming post-colonial. Mpahlele warned, however, that in the quest is not to fight a rear-guard action by trying to revive a supposedly pure traditional African culture. He echoed Fanon by saying that the mission of his generation was different from that of their grandparents. And I'll quote Mpahlele here, "Different times make and demand different heroes." The mission of his generation was to end the traumatic ambivalence and the marginalization of modern African culture. Their mission was to work towards what he called an African synthesis. And you'll remember that Mpahlele always wrote African with a K, to demystify Africa. African synthesis, that was his mission. Under colonialism, Africans had been forced to assimilate aspects of Western modernity on the colonizers' terms. The outcome of this was what Mpahlele called a confused hybridity. This is what led to the disinheritance of the African imagination. The redemptive return will enable the reclamation of this imagination. Africans will therefore be empowered to take charge of the process of synthesis. Mphahlele argued that African humanist-driven synthesis is the sine qua non of post-colonial constitution and belonging. However, as he put it in an interview to Professor Magai, his most important biographer, Mphahlele contended that the post-dialectic intercultural moment will only become possible if black people took steps to strengthen themselves first. Mphahlele's African humanist strategy therefore carried elements of black consciousness. Mphahlele understood that in a colonial, or in our context, in a neo-colonial context, before African humanist is to re-establish itself as a lived philosophy of the nation in formation, the humanity of black people needed to be affirmed first. If this is not done, we could find a situation where the discourse of African humanists, of decoloniality, of Ubuntu is ubiquitous, but the majority of Bantu continue to experience dehumanization. What we see as Ubuntu without Bantu, which is very prevalent today. Ubuntu without Abantu. Mphahlele was very critical of the new South Africa that was supposedly being built. He feared that South Africa supposedly reconstitution processes was being undertaken mainly by exiles. On the one hand, white people, they're no longer European, but no yet African, as Kotze will put it. And black, on the other hand, black transcultural nationalists returning from prison, banishment, physical exile, and studies abroad. From an Mphahlelian perspective, these exiled leaders never returned, and they were still spiritually homeless. And therefore, they could not constitute a home. Without spiritual rehoming, the intercultural home could never be resurrected. More potently, and I will stop now, Mphahlele's warning was that constitutional negotiations will guarantee a transition that perpetuates African sense of spiritual exile. I'm trying to skip here. In 1995, Mphahlele predicted that black people will remember and resurrect Biko and black consciousness if historical conditions remain the same. This was in 1995, arguing that black people will remember and resurrect Biko and black consciousness if the conditions remain the same. Has that not come to pass today? I want to end by looking at the decolonial turn, and that has led to what the conference today. And I want to ask whether this decolonial turn is actually leading to genuine decolonization. And I'm skeptical for 3 reasons. First of all, most decolonial scholars tend to over-rely on theories and concepts that emerged elsewhere in contexts vastly different from South Africa. If you read all the abstract, there's an over-reliance on theories and contexts that emerge in Latin America, in black USA, and in other African countries that did not go through settler colonialism. Besides not showing why and how these theories and concepts conceived elsewhere can travel to this context, these decolonial scholars fail to show us how this strategy of conceptual boring complements or hinders the twin decolonization imperative of conceptual decolonization and the need to excavate our own theories and concepts. So that's one, the over-reliance on theories that emerge elsewhere, especially Latin America. Secondly, the failure by some decolonial scholars to undertake critical historical research leads to many ahistorical analyses and conclusions. For example, some scholars take analysis from other parts of the colonized world and end up making inaccurate and ahistorical analysis and conclusions about the pivotal relationship between colonists, missionaries, anthropologists in South Africa. So the failure to undertake critical historical analysis is also related to the first pitfalls, which is to parachute decolonial concepts from elsewhere. Lastly, seemingly decolonial projects repeat colonist ideas about the inherent differences between black and white, the uniqueness of so-called black culture, and its supposedly essential traits. You find people talking about the need to retrieve native discourse, quote-unquote native discourse, forgetting that the native only comes into being when the settler arrives. And that so-called native discourse is a product of what Mudimbe calls the colonial library, anthropologists, missionaries, and so forth. Relatedly, the black radicals' colonial mentality or aggressive dependency on colonialist discourse manifests in projects whose aim is to shame historical colonizers by constantly repeating anti-black discourses that the black man is not a human and cannot exist with humanity. You see this trend in many strands of Afro-pessimism. You know, the idea of repeating anti-black discourse in order to shame historical colonizers. Therefore, Mphahlele's legacy and Mphahlele's point is that decolonization itself often needs to be decolonized. Thank you.
Thanks, Seppo, for a very insightful set of presentation. I'm sure we have some time for questions, comments. We have about 20 minutes, and let's do so. If you make comments, please keep it brief. Introduce yourself. If you have questions, likewise. We have a roving mic on either side. Do introduce yourself, Siseko.
Thank you, Professor Madlingozi. Siseko Kumalo here of the Department of Philosophy at the University of Pretoria. I'm just going to go to your last section there where you critique the decolonial debate, specifically on the notion of an over-reliance on the importation of theory to a context that maybe decontextualizes that theory. And here I'm reminded of Bonganyoga's critique of sociological theory in South Africa. I'm curious, though, I'm curious of what you'd make of the notion of this importation being an attempt at curating a locally responsive and globally relevant dialogue, right? So the idea is to say we are trying to respond to our local issues, but at the same time keep in conversation with a global conversation that is speaking back to this decolonial turn, as was envisaged through Prof. O'Connell's showcasing at the beginning. So I'm just curious of your thoughts there. Thank you.
We'll take two more. Just put up your hand. None? Okay. Well, there you go.
Once again, I apologize for the cold. I hope you were able to hear a bit of what I was saying. It's very uncomfortable to speak with a cold. I mean, it is true that there is a notion of the black world that experienced colonization, and therefore where we can borrow from each other. Latin America, not the black world, but the colonized world. Latin America, black USA, other parts of Africa. My beef, if I can put it that way, with many decolonial scholars, and you see it from 3 years ago, 3 years ago, in some of the books on decoloniality. Over-reliance on Mingolo, over-reliance on Maldonado Torres, over-reliance on Fanon, and so forth, as if these questions are new. The point of this talk was also to make a certain point, that these debates are not new. They've been happening for as long as colonization has been here. I mean, for me, it's curious as people use the concept of decoloniality, and decolonial term. I mean, in Africa, we had our own terms, neocolonialism, formulated by Nkrumah. Is it Nyerere Nkrumah? Nkrumah. Nyerere. In the 1970s, Nkrumah, in the 1970s. Why is it important for us to talk about coloniality and decoloniality when we always say these terms, neocolonialism, as if these terms are new? So you're quite right. There is a need to engage in debates and to borrow concepts from elsewhere. But as I said, my critique is threefold. One, we are not shown how these theories can travel to South Africa and how we can make them relevant. So people just import them. Secondly, decolonization is also about conceptual decolonization. How do we conceptualize notions of time, being, and so forth from our own theories, from our own ideas? I argue that the concept of conceptual borrowing or the practice of conceptual borrowing, parachuting of concepts from elsewhere, stop us or hinder us from undertaking this very critical imperative for conceptual decolonization. But then lastly, the need to valorize our own theories, proverbs, and subjugated norms. That's a very important conceptual borrowing. And of course, some of us have been making this argument for the past 4 years, and people have changed a bit. So what people do now is to take a term from Latin America and to vernacularize it. How do you say it? Vernacularize it. That's cheating. That's cheating. I mean, that's not doing the work. So conceptual borrowing connected to the idea of just vernacularizing terms, I don't think will take us elsewhere. But I agree with you. The ultimate aim of decolonization, you can call it decoloniality if you want to be fancy, but decolonization is to enable global conviviality. And that means we have to borrow from elsewhere. But I'm just skeptical about how we are doing it at the present moment.
Yes, there's one here. Thank you. And one here. One here and here.
Thank you very much, Prof, for a very good presentation. I'm Christopher Isike, Department of Political Sciences, University of Pretoria. I also have a reservation. You call it beef. I got reservation with the term decoloniality. Because like you said, it's always been there. For example, Chinwunzu in 1960 wrote about the decolonizing the mind, that of all the effects of colonialism, be the political, economic, and all, the psychological was the worst. And it shows in our confusion today, for example, in Africa, of having two kinds of weddings. The white wedding and the traditional wedding, right? So that's just a reflection on that. But I'll add, and then ask you a question, to the three reservations that you highlighted. And the fourth I will add to that would be the role of the states in Africa in achieving the kind of spiritual emancipation that S.K.M. Patlele talks about. And that will lead me to asking you, what was his thoughts, or did he have any thoughts about how the state plays a very important role in making that happen? Because no matter how brilliant we, carve new terms, concepts, or talk about them in universities or outside universities, even within activist spaces, the fact remains that the state is a primary mode of organization in the developing world, Africa especially. So any attempt to not talk about the states, including the role of the state in achieving decoloniality or decolonization is unhelpful. And so I'd just like to know, what was his thoughts on the role of the state in all of this?
Thank you. There's one more question.
Thank you, Professor Madlingosi, for a great presentation. I'm Sipiwe Motlong from social work at UKZN. I'm actually wanting to understand if I'm correct. The mic seems to have a problem. I want to understand if the idea that is being brought across is, yes, we have this ambivalence, this double consciousness, and it comes from obviously navigating two different worlds as Black people. And part of the problem of perhaps not even being able to formulate our own terminology is because we don't have the terminology. And so we have to borrow all this terminology from elsewhere. But what was going through my mind is he perhaps, when he's talking about the need to not necessarily hate on white people, for the lack of a better word, and to focus on trying to formulate our own, would the thinking that motho ke motho ka batho, which is really about being aware that, yes, we have this ambivalence and hybridity, so to speak, but we need to just function within it and perhaps accept who we are with the double consciousness and so on, but develop from that, accepting that what we are is what we are, and it's not about necessarily separating from the fact that we are who we are because of our relationship with other people, and really going into the nitty-gritties of what it means to be a person in the midst of other people. I don't know if I made any sense.
Thanks, Epo. You can take both.
Thank you for those two questions. So from Patlele, the state was very important. He talked about the need to institutionalize decolonization and to institutionalize African humaneness. And people have asked him, what do you mean by institutionalizing? He said, there's no way that we can have conferences, we can have independent Black, a council like he did. But if the state does not play any role, and he made this point when he was living in Kenya, he made this point when he was living in Zambia, he made this point when he was living in Nigeria, the need to institutionalize African humanness, then we're not going anywhere. In fact, he was even more explicit, and he has been criticized here, that every state must have a political ideology. Every state must have a political ideology. And that the problem with African states is that there's no political ideology, there's nothing that animates it. Right? And for him, the state must be a state that institutionalizes African humanness, and that makes it possible in terms of institutional support and so forth. But the role of the state is very, very important, as you say. The problem is that the state form in Africa is still a colonial state form. So you can institutionalize African humanness, but within a colonial state framework. How will that work? I mean, the condition of possibility of the South African state, for example, is the subjugation of indigenous sovereignties, is land dispossession, and so forth and so forth. It's still a colonial state form. We also, of course, need to pay attention to the constitution of all the states. The constitution is supposed to be not only an instrument that tells us about the division of powers, but it also must be a mirror of society. To what extent are our constitution helping us with this project? Or is it that our constitution further the process of spiritual alienation? I've written about this in another paper, where I show that most of our constitutions, the majority of people experience them as an alien deity, as an alien God who comes and imposes certain norms and values. So we pay attention to the state, but also to constitutions. So yeah, the role of the constitution is the role of the state is very, very important. But of course, the state, like university, always wants to co-opt radical values and theories I mean, we see today how decoloniality has become meaningless, really. Has become just part of management talk, part of marketing. That people who fought for decolonization, students, have really been left out. So we talk about decoloniality. I mean, I'm using the state, the university as a form of state. But the people who are supposed to inform the students are not in the debates anymore. That's why I'm glad, Prof, that there are students here who are going to present. So the state, yes, it's important, but the state always cannibalizes, always co-opts radical theories. So one has to be careful how we use the state. The notion of double consciousness and hybridity and ambivalence, of course, exists in our language. I mean, I don't know if I understood you correctly. I heard you say these terms were not there in our terms, in our language. They were there. I mean, as early as the 1700s, the 1800s, while colonization was advancing, conquest was advancing in South Africa, you had over and over again people using this phrase, ilizwe lifile, right? To connote the notion that the world is dead. And what do they mean by that? They meant that from now on we become rootless. We become nothingness. I mean, we'll remember that when Plaatje writes this book, 1916, Native Life in South Africa, talking about how Africans woke up to realize that they are not slaves. They are worse than slaves. They are pariahs. I mean, what could be worse than being a slave? But he said, worse than slave by being pariahs. And where does he get this from? He got this from his interviews when he was going around the country, interviewing people. So these terms exist in our language, in our languages. Of course, also we are trying to have a dialogue, so we need to use English terms. But what is lost in translation, number one. Number two, what does it mean to do decoloniality in colonial languages? I mean, it's an old debate, but that's not important. The notion of Ubuntu is very, very important. You know, when I began the talk, I said, on the one hand, we have a problem with the university that has colonized decoloniality. But on the other hand, we've got a coloniality that has become, or decoloniality or decolonization, that has become very cast anti-whiteness. And this was Mpakele's point, over and over again. The aim of decolonization is to assert African humaneness. I am because you are. Not I am black, therefore you are black, and therefore I am. No, he didn't say that. I am because you are, and therefore. Not I am black, and therefore, no. So African humaneness is really, really important. In fact, in one of his writings in 1977, he says, if the white man doesn't want to humanize, I'll humanize him. And I'm better for it. I'll borrow for him, I'll assimilate some of his concept, some of his terms, but I will not be assimilated. And when I do that, I'll be the better. I'll be humanized, but also I will be better in terms of advancing in society. So we need to reassert and place African humaneness at the center of our decolonial discourse. This was the reason why I also focused on Mpatlele. That a decolonial discourse that is just focused on land dispossession, that is just focused on universities and affirmative action. What kind of decolonization does it mean for the future? What is your tomorrow? Mpatlele kept saying. And I'm skeptical that in our discourse on decolonization or so-called decoloniality, I'm not clear about what is our tomorrow. Mpatlele, during his day, was regarded as liberal, as someone who was useless. That's why he was never very important. That's why he was never valorized as much as Soyinka, Achebe, Fanon, and so forth. Because people thought, this guy is too pro-white. But actually it was deeper than that. For him, in a situation where you have two forces, the idea is not to replace one with the other, but is to change the terms of engagement altogether and to be above that. In fact, that was Bigo's point. Today, Bigo is used in decolonial discourse to say the things that Bigo never said. Bigo said the thesis is whiteness, the antithesis is blackness, and the synthesis is a South Africa where there shall be no black, no white. Bigo did not say we must fight to be black. We use black as a transition, but the future is a Azania where there shall be no black, no white. Ubuntu, in other words.
Colleagues, I think a round of applause. Thank you very much, Prof, for really inaugurating a set of fascinating ideas that really spur, I think, further debate and discussion. I want to invite you to continue that discussion at tea and coffee, but before I do so, just one reminder. We need to return to the venues at least 5 minutes before the session starts. We need to start punctually and end punctually. The next session will start at 11 o'clock. And let me also remind you that we have a survey following each session. So if you go to the unsettlingparadigms.co.za website, you will see a survey focused on each session. Please, if you have a moment, do fill it in. So thank you, Prof, again for those deep thinking and ideas, but I'm sure there will be a number of themes that will recur and resonate with the papers to follow. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the tea. Colleagues, very good morning to all of you. I hope you had a good night's sleep and rested. And another day. I see some people are, I think, probably still asleep or either at breakfast. But great to see you all. We welcome you again to the second day, the first plenary for today, titled Voices of Change, Attitude Towards Decolonization in South Africa, presentation by Dr. Roberts, Dr. Struwig, and Semela Mtiyangezane from the Human Sciences Research Council. They're all members of staff of the Democracy Governance Service Delivery Program. Now, let me just say something very briefly before our colleagues begin with this particular session. As part of this project, we, in partnership with the Human Sciences Research Council, decided that it was also important to have an assessment of public attitudes towards decolonization in its broadest possible ramifications. We had one presentation yesterday by Samela, who's using the part of the data set as a doctoral work, and very interesting insights are emerging. But the South African Social Attitude Survey is an important and highly recognized data set. It's been running at the Human Sciences Research Council since 2003. Particularly, Dr. Roberts is Mr. SASAS himself, together with his team. It is, to a large extent, a national representative cross-sectional survey on a number of domains. The survey really charts and explains the interaction between the country's changing institutions, its political, economic, and other structures, as well as, more importantly, attitudes, behaviors, perceptions of diverse populations. So we, in partnership with the Human Science Research Council, recommended that we develop a module of questions that test and evaluate and assess, if you like, South Africans' attitudes towards decolonization. This module was a module of 21 questions, and I'm sure Dr. Roberts and the team will probably give us a perspective of, or a taste of, some of these issues. And it was conducted between October and December 2017. He will tell you what the size of the sample is. It's a huge data set. And it is a data set that surveys adults 16 years and older and indicates or investigates largely public attitudes, beliefs, behavior patterns, etc. In relation to the module on the decolonization or attitudes towards decolonization, we had a number of critical discussion sessions with the Human Science Research Council where we tested questions, we even piloted it, but largely there are a number of domains that we tried to assess. What is the conceptual understanding of decolonization in the country? Not just simply those of us who are sitting in this room. How does the broader public understand it and break it down? What is the content dimension of decolonization insofar as our big focus at this conference on curriculum and curricular change? What are also the material conditions or the material dimensions around social mobility, education, and how can that be extrapolated? And of course, the other central issue is the identity dimension in relation to decolonization. So what we have today will be an interesting set of perspectives that reflects some of the findings of this very important survey. And I'm sure that it will raise more questions than provide all the answers that we have. And I think for us, what's important in a project such as this, Unsettling Paradigms, where we tend to zoom in to a large extent on the qualitative, the theoretical, the conceptual, this particular data set provides us with a quantitative set of perspectives, but notwithstanding that the quantitative also invites us to think about how would qualitative dimensions impact on our understanding. So colleagues, with that, I'm going to invite Dr. Roberts, who I think is going to present, and of course our panel, Samela as well as Yare. Their biographies are in the program book. So thank you. Thank you.
Morning again. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's really exciting to be able to speak to some of the high-level findings which have come off the program of work that Vasu's spoken of. It is obviously one small component of the Unsettling Paradigms program of research across the 8 universities. But I think it's an important one for the reasons that Vasu's outlined. It gives a much broader perspective to, when we talk about decolonization, we think first and foremost about the tertiary context. And I think it does give us a broad sense about that microcosm in a bigger understanding. In terms of we saw a bit in the promo video, the 2015 Rhodes must fall, followed by the fees must fall and decolonization campaigns, and the subsequent debates, indeed the ongoing debates around transformation and the actions it's produced, have achieved several things. These include, obviously, it's cast a light on issues such as race, redress, restitution, social cohesion, and the nature of active citizenship in our society. It's also prompted wide-ranging political analysis of the campaign through fora such as this, engaging with issues such as symbolism, black pain, unhappiness about the state and pace of transformation in our society, as well as reflecting on opinions and decision-making processes amongst the state and other institutions. Yet in spite of this broad-ranging analysis that's occurred, we still know surprisingly little about the views of the general public in South Africa. That speaks firstly to the general conceptual understanding or understandings of decolonization, the policy-relevant preferences that exist around various decolonial issues, as well as the degree of consensus or indeed dissensus in these views. So Vasu indicated a bit about the background to the study. I'll just engage with 1 or 2 points. It was very much a partnership with the UP Humanities faculty as part of this broader project. We had quite robust dialogues that produced, I mean, when you talk about decolonization, I think everyone has a particular set of particular issues that they want to bring to the table to bring expression to. And that certainly played out in the robust discussions that we had. And after many sort of real debates and contestations in some cases, we ended up with kind of 5 overarching conceptual dimensions or constructs that we thought should guide the development of this survey module. The first was, and Samela did present yesterday on this, the basic conceptual understanding. Do people actually have a sense of what decolonization is, the inherent meaning or meanings that it involves? Certainly, I think if you ask many tertiary students, they'd have a clear answer for you. That is not necessarily true when you ask the average member of the public. The issue about content, and that's first and foremost about the decolonial turn, the issues of the curricula. So that's what that particular construct engages with. The third one is about material conditions. As Vasu said, it's fundamentally about issues about social mobility, issues about what it takes to get ahead in life, and the relative positioning of education in that messaging. The fourth one is the symbolic, and that deals more with social cultural issues in the decolonization debate. So we've developed a few questions that engage with certain aspects of that. And the final one was issues of identity and decolonisation, issues of values, identity, and so on. Obviously, this comes from a quantitative framework, so I must point out the inherent limitations of that. We feel that this was a very experimental module, and certainly we're looking, and it'll pull through to my conclusions, is there's so much to be done in this space. Vasu's right, it throws up paradoxes, fundamental questions which aren't left unanswered. I think that is the inherent nature of the quants, which can inform a mixed method and indeed qualitative framework going forward. Vasu eloquently describes SESAS. I'll just give you one or two key points about the particular round in which this survey module is embedded. As he indicated, it was done in the last quarter of 2017 calendar year. It's nationally representative of South Africans aged 16 years and older living in private residence. So one of the limitations of surveys of this type, and it applies equally to a lot of Stats SA surveys, is you exclude, for instance, certain special populations, the homeless and so on. So certain marginal voices aren't counted, so we focus on those living in private residence. All protocols and instrumentation are approved by the HSRC's Research Ethics Committee. As Vasu said, what's the sample size? The realized sample was just under 3,200. Some might think that sounds small, given that it's supposed to represent the multiple millions. That it's usually about 35 million 16 years and older. But it's actually relatively big by international standards. Even in the US, with its hundreds of millions of residents, their sample size on their nationally representative surveys is actually smaller than ours. So I think we actually go for this kind of size in order to get some of the nuance at the subgroup level. So we can talk a bit about that in the questions and answers session if you'd like. Translation, actually, when Samela presented yesterday, I think the issue of translation became a critical issue. And obviously, from a decolonial perspective, it is fundamental. And we do translate all our instrumentation into official languages. Decolonisation as a concept is a little tricky, so I'll talk a bit further about that in the next slide. We use face-to-face interviewing, and also the data is weighted to be representative of those 16 years and older within the private residence, based on Stats SA's mid-year population estimates. So let's talk about the first cluster of results, dealing with that dimension of understanding. The survey module begins with two open-ended questions engaging with this. The first directly is asking about the understood meaning of the term. Is there a fundamental understanding of the term? It's followed up by one about views around the perceived action to increase the pace of transformational change in the country. So far we've engaged, and certainly that was Samela's doctoral presentation yesterday, with the former of the two, but there's certain parallels with the second one as well. I think the first thing to mention is that both these open-ended items produced a surprisingly high level of non-response. So between almost half the public said, I don't know what this means. I don't know what we could be doing. That's really high by survey standards. And I think it was the key source of robust discussion yesterday. I think Vasu talked about the idea of decolonisation still being worked out. And I think we ourselves as academics are still trying to figure out exactly what it encompasses, how to frame it. So it's perhaps not so surprising that for the average South African, that lack of a fundamental understanding of the concept, at least from a linguistic point of view, is fundamentally understood. But it's complicated, as I'll mention now. This is one of Samela's slides. It shows that on that first question about what do you understand the term decolonisation to mean in the South African context, 46% said that they don't know. This is her coding on the remainder that did provide answers, so I'm not going to go into that. I think she dealt with that yesterday. One of the points that came up was it just administered in English? And as I've said, it was translated. I've given the isiZulu translation, but the actual term decolonisation was not. It was used in English. If you think about the tertiary debates, at the time, the posters and so on used the English term. you look at any sort of current dictionary, whether it's isiZulu, isiXhosa, and so on, you actually see that they really struggle even with the term colonial or colonization, and that it's layered with sometimes very problematic meanings. Even if you look at, say, the current student Oxford dictionary that's used in schools for isiZulu versus some of the older dictionaries, they really are really struggling to grapple with the meaning even of colonization. So we administer in English, and that you may think, well, maybe that's part of the reason. That's something we can debate. In terms of the pattern of that non-response, it's not evenly spread throughout the public. So the red bars indicate above average levels of item non-response. And we can see there's a very, very stark provincial patterning. So context clearly matters. We see Gauteng, KZN, and Eastern Cape are below average, where we see for the other 6 provinces, it's quite a bit higher, particularly in the cases of Mpumalanga and Northern Cape, where it's 80% weren't able to provide a sense of what decolonization means. Politically, we see, so this one's perhaps one of the more confounding results, is EFF supporters display above quite significantly high levels of lack of understanding of that terminology. It could have something to do with this third part, where there's a strong educational gradient informing that pattern of non-response. So those with a tertiary level education, only a quarter said don't know, compared to those with no formal education, where it reached up to 62%. So some of these above patterns are likely to reflect to some degree the educational basis to that. We see a strong racial pattern, but again, we find that that's to some degree reflecting the same educational and other class effects. This is important. This is the same thing, levels of item non-response by home language. So we can see for those that were English speakers and for white English speakers in the country, the level of non-response is very low. For those where we use translated versions, but the English term decolonization, we can see that it's vastly higher. Even amongst Afrikaans speakers, it's quite high. So the question is the English term determining this lack of understanding, or is it something else? To provide some sense to that, we looked at some of the predictors to look at, instead of looking in isolation at race or gender or class, we actually throw them all together into a regression model. These are plotting the odds ratios from that regression. So anything to the right-hand side shows that increases the odds of saying, I don't know. Anything below reduces that tendency towards non-response. The grey shaded speaks to it's not statistically significant, whereas the red and green are statistically significant predictors of that non-response. So from this logistic regression, we can see that certain key predictors, such as key demographic ones, sex, age, race, proved not to be statistically significant predictors of non-response, as did rural-urban place of residence. Employment status also didn't matter, so if those hoping there would be a stark class effect, it's not there either. And also the political affiliation didn't jump out as having any decisive bearing. At the end of the day, what did matter, it goes to what I was discussing on the previous slide, is educational attainment does matter. So we can see that from these green, those with a tertiary level or matric or equivalent education, they are much less likely to report non-response than those with no formal education or only a primary school education. That might be just by virtue of the fact that they have some sense of what colonialism was all about, have some sense of what the decolonial agenda is about. But it could also particularly for young tertiary educated South Africans, it could be something about the exposure to those debates, those recent debates that happened on campuses. So although age as a whole isn't significant, if you look at from a kind of intersectional point of view, age amongst tertiary educated, you find a bit of an effect there. So it could be those dual motivations that have a bearing on saying don't know. The other thing is province of residence. So we do find quirky provincial effects. So that's going to be the source of real debate. I tend to view it as through the lens of we haven't yet found the right set of explanators to have that provincial effect wash out. So what are we missing in this picture? And I think that's certainly something where qualitative follow-up research will have to go to try and find out what are we not capturing, what other factors might, contextual factors might shape this pattern of non-response. So what we can see is that relative to the Western Cape, those in KZN and Gauteng show a lesser tendency towards not knowing what decolonisation is, while those in the Northwest, Mpumalanga and Eastern Cape had a higher tendency to report don't know. Add home language. So did home language controlling for everything else we see on that graph have an effect? It tended to wash it out. So what we saw in the end was the only significant difference that we were left with was the difference between Afrikaans and English. So Afrikaans speakers showed a greater tendency towards saying don't know. So that also is a quirky finding, and it may have something to do with perhaps it's not just about lack of knowledge, because we are controlling for education. So it's not about the education. It's something else amongst Afrikaans versus white. But again, that's something that we have to interrogate further. We've seen 46% of our adult respondents said don't know when posed the term decolonisation. But what about the rest of the module? You know, is this the norm? It's 46% the norm. The answer from this slide is no. So across all the other 19 questions that we asked, the average level of don't know was only 3%. And that's common to all the 4 dimensions that we look at. It ranges from 2.3 in the case of the material up to 3.3 in the case of the identity question. So it really shows that despite not having a sense of recognition of the term decolonisation, South Africans fundamentally are able to give meaningful responses to decolonial issues that are posed to them. They can voice clear answers when asked about the curriculum. They can pose real questions around issues of the affordability of education. They can voice those issues. It's just that the actual term colonial decolonisation is not well understood. So I think it's important to have that juxtaposition of that. So let's jump into those 4 dimensions which I've talked about. Firstly is the content one. This is fundamentally about attitudes towards the content of the curricula and the preferences for the so-called decolonial turn. So this is one summary graph of all the questions that we asked. I've ranked it from on the basis of the percentage that agree with the statements posed to them. So we see that just over 3/4 say that government should do more to ensure African history is taught in schools, as well as government should spend more money on promoting African languages in education. So that really is a very resounding message from the adult public in favour of the decolonial turn. We still see broad majority, but to a lesser degree, voicing assent with the view that we place too much trust in Western knowledge and not enough in African knowledge, and the fact that our schools and universities teach us to be too Western. So again, further support for this sense of the decolonial. The last 2 are somewhat intriguing. So firstly, when we asked our respondents or posed them the statement, school learners and university students today are taught enough about South African history, half said yes. Just under a fifth were ambivalent. They were neither agreed nor disagreed. And then a quarter said they disagree. So it's certainly not in the 60s or 70s that we're seeing in the above items. So that's going to create some debate about, what does that mean? So I think I like to think of it about the fact that South Africans respond favorably to the South African history which is taught, but I kind of feel that they want more. They expect more to be done. I can be challenged on that, and there can be different interpretations, and certainly we need to look at the differences between, I think I'm being told to speak into the microphone, am I? Sorry, I have a soft voice. And the last one is on that slide is, and the lowest level agreement is for our schools and universities should only teach knowledge related to the South African context. And I think that's really interesting relative to the video that Vasu put up at the beginning. Because I think it was Francis Mnyumya who actually said what we want to promote is an African outlook of the world, not necessarily just an exclusively African orientation. And I think that's what we want. We want to really understand the African to be able to look at the world in a different way. And I think that's what that final slide is kind of getting at. That final, yeah. So again, we've done something similar. I'm sorry for those that are not particularly quantitative. It can sometimes be a bit disorienting. But what we've done here is we've taken those set of statements on the previous slide and we've combined them. So first we tested, can you create a sort of decolonial turn index? And we can actually get quite a good fit on 5 of the 6 items. The one that's not particularly fitting well is this one about students being taught enough about South African history. That one doesn't fit the index particularly well, so I've left that one out. But for the other 5, it produces a reliable index of views around the decolonisation of the curriculum. So it runs similarly to the other ones. It runs from 1 to 5, where 5 represents strong support for the decolonisation of curricula, and 1 shows much greater opposition to that. So we use the same sort of predictors as in the preceding analysis. And what we found is sex, age, and rural urban status, again, is not significant. Political affiliation, again, doesn't have a decisive bearing. And also, home language doesn't really have a strong effect on these preferences. What does matter is we see the racial effect. So we see amongst Indian and white minorities, we see that they have a greater tendency to oppose the colonial agenda in our curricula relative to black South Africans. We see that the education is there, but it's quite weak. So we don't see a clear uniform effect. What we see is for those with a matric or equivalent, they actually voice less support on average than those with no formal schooling or only primary for decolonisation. But we do see that generally, even though the other 2 bars don't achieve statistical significance, that anything above primary, we see a slightly lower appetite for it, which is quite a puzzle for me, and I'm surprised there's not a stronger educational effect coming through. We might want to actually layer that again, as I said earlier, with age, overlay an age profile on that, and carve it up with some of the other sociodemographics to see if there's a bit of an intersectional effect that runs through this. Those that are unemployed voice much stronger support than those that are employed, and we find very, very strong effect on province. So relative to the Western Cape, every other province voices stronger support for decolonisation. So again, it raises the issue with me, what are we not controlling for in our models? What is explaining this contextual effect that we need to unpack and find and hunt for underlying motivations, underlying explanations? So I think that's the job of many of us. I don't have the magic answer, so we're going to have to play around with some of those variables that we either have in our data set or go through the qualitative follow-up research route to actually hunt for that answer. So let's jump onto the material conditions dimension. And obviously, what's informed this primarily, remember this was 2017, is issues about the cost of education, the issues about the role of education in getting ahead in life. So firstly, we see that in terms of the attitudes towards education and social mobility, we see that on the first statement, how easy or difficult do people in your family find it to pay school fees and other school-related expenses? So we can see that only 12% find it easy. We've got this small group saying they're neutral, big share saying, just 55% saying it's really difficult. And for those that either don't have it's not applicable because they're not paying or so on, it's a small share. But really the dominant response is a recognition of the difficulty from the affordability perspective. The other one is how easy or difficult is it for students to pay university fees and other related expenses? And a more emphatic response there again, which is 73% saying they feel it's very difficult for these students. So there's a broad public support for the idea of, recognizing that students are really battling to cover the expenses related to their tertiary education. So there's likely to be quite strong sympathies in relation to the fees must fall agenda, perhaps more so than is generally thought of. Now we move to the pure social mobility. We find that, and we see here the very, very strong preferences placed on education in the South African case. We see that 79% believe that getting a good education is the only way for you and your family to get ahead in life. And 60% said that getting a good education guarantees that you'll get a good job. So still broad support for that idea, perhaps a bit unrealistic. We're seeing, given the nature of the economy at the moment and the labour market dynamics, I think that's perhaps a little optimistic. But certainly I think what's really interesting is the premium that's placed on education amongst South Africans. And I think that's why these struggles that we're seeing across campuses matter so fundamentally. People see this is the route out of poverty, this is the route to getting ahead. We also asked a question about preferences around pathways for matriculants. So basically you said, for a new matriculant, what would you advise and would be the appropriate thing to go and do? We've ranked them from highest to lowest on the options that were rated by the public. So first and foremost, 45% said we must encourage them to try and continue their studies at varsity. Let's get into the campus. Secondly, it was about just under a fifth said, let's get them to try and continue their studies at an FET college as a backup. Thirdly was, and a similar percentage said, encourage them to try and get a job. If you can't get into studies, if you can't get into FET, at least try and get an income to help support yourself and your family. And only a tenth said try and do other short courses. Even lesser, which is probably seen as very much a luxury option, is go and take a gap year. Find yourself. That's not widely supported. So again, the premium is very much, it reinforces the message from the last slide, is get to some form of tertiary institution, whether it be a university or an FET college. So on to the next dimension, the fourth one, the symbolic dimension. We touch on two particular issues. One is around interest in history and culture. And the other one is attitudes. A particular example, particularly related again to the 2017 context and just beforehand, was attitudes toward apartheid and colonial statues. So let's start with the more general position. What we see here is around 80% of South Africans voice a real interest in their own history and culture, and almost 50% strongly so. Conversely, we see just under a fifth showing either limited interest or complete lack of interest. If we jump onto the second bar, we see that 70% are not only interested in their own culture, but in other cultures in the country as well. So that's a really good positive message, that there's a general openness to learning more about one's own culture and other cultures in our multicultural society. But I am somewhat perturbed by this. Some might think, well, should we worry about the 18 or the 29%? I think we should. That's a real strong minority basis of resistance to the idea of being sort of multicultural and open-minded about sort of the kind of aspects that get embroiled within the decolonial agenda. Remembering the past is an even more interesting one. And what we see here is that 56% said that they believe it's important that South Africans remember the apartheid and colonial past. And then we see that a similar share, around a fifth, saying, no, we should forget the past. And we find that, certainly from other work that we've done through the same survey series around attitudes to restitution, we find very much that young South Africans are opting more and more for this top position. So there's a greater tendency amongst youngsters to say, let's move on, let's forget the past. And it's something that we really want to push back against with the kind of emphasis around decolonisation that we're engaging with. So that brings us on to the second component, which is the example which I mentioned, which is views on what should be done with statues of apartheid and colonial figures. So obviously that very much speaks to the kind of movement that we saw in relation to the Rhodes must fall and so on. So we asked them, posed various options. What should be done to those statues? So it ranges from remove and destroy them through to leave them alone, and also a kind of indifference point of view. You know, I don't care. So what we see is that 42% believe that the statues should be removed. The majority prefer them to be removed and placed in museums. 14% feel the statues should be destroyed. And there's more limited support for the introduction of and replacement with struggle heroes. In addition, we find, and that's this middle bar, we find that 9% refer to what Patika Ntuli calls the speaking back option. So putting up new sculptures alongside new artwork to accompany the original one that will help bring new meaning, help recontextualize the original artwork. And then we find that 29% opted for a status quo perspective. Leave it alone, just, you know. And then lastly, 21% expressed either indifference, that's the 15%, or uncertainty. We asked a follow-up question, was who should determine what happens to these statues? On average, the dominant response was for the government to decide. I think South Africans tend to have that as a general predisposition. We like to say the state will sort it out. But we found that around a fifth favour a referendum on the matter, and actually young South Africans are more partial to that option than older South Africans. Surprisingly, we find that there's quite circumscribed support for the option of letting those most hurt by the past determine what should happen. And for those in the room that might think they have a role in determining this, unfortunately, South Africans don't believe that academics and historians should overwhelmingly make the decision. Again, similar to the past slide, we find about 20% feel that either say none of the above or they're not sure. The none of the above option is largely informed by those that said leave the statues alone on the last slide. Just a quick showing, this is a follow-up to an original set of questions that we included in 2015. So this looks at just the percentage point change on each of those options between 2015 and 17. So you can see that on the first one, in terms of those options, it varies between 2% and 8% difference. Anything in sort of below 3% tends not to be statistically significant. So where we see something like 8%, we can kind of fairly confidently say that between 2015 and 17, the museum option has declined in support. And there's been a slight increase in the introduction of statues of struggle heroes, and also a slight decline in the leave alone option. In terms of the roles and responsibilities for determining what should happen to these statues, most of it's in that 0 to 3% range, so it's not significant. So it's largely unchanged over time between those 2 years. But the referendum, the appetite for a referendum has declined. And again, that's the youth. I think the youth are slightly more inconsistent in who they want to see have a decisive role around such issues. So it brings us to the last of the clusters, and what I'm going to focus on is not all the questions that we included, but the ones that deal with teaching values and views on languages. So we asked who should be responsible for teaching South African values to young South Africans. What we saw is it's a bimodal response. The dominant responses are joint responsibility between families and schools. So again, there's a strong sense of the school has a real instrumental role in instilling values in our children, but that does not negate the overwhelming predominant response, which is the family. That shouldn't negate the role of the family. So it should be a joint responsibility. Others have much lesser appetite, such as community elders, religious institutions, teachers. Universities is very low, so it's very much on the foundational phase. That's where our values need to be shaped. Political leaders, no, not really appetite for that, or traditional leaders. So really it's about the family and schools that people believe should determine and the sort of intrinsic values which young South Africans should adopt. This one's a little more difficult, but it's basically just we were curious. I think it was the social linguists at UP Humanities that were really keen on this, which is which languages do South Africans feel are the most important? So that's just the general distribution. English is number one, 23%, followed by isiXhosa and isiZulu and Afrikaans and right down. The right-hand side, what this shows is that really that's informed by one's own language. So we can see for those English speakers, 86% say, well, English is the best. For Afrikaans speakers, they say Afrikaans is the best language. So there's a broad perspective, but we can see for actually, if we look at this, these light orange shaded bars, we can see that even for African speakers, there's a strong minority appetite for English. And that we see in other SESAS results in our SESAS series. We actually have asked every year since 2003, what do you think should be the preferred language medium of instruction at different levels of education? And what we find is at the foundational level, South Africans universally opt for the home language. Learners should get their foundation in the home language. As soon as you move on to high school and tertiary, it swings dramatically to English. So I think there's this sense that there's this, and I think that's where we see some of this. And I think that's where we need a bit of a pushback, perhaps, is that English should not just be seen as, I think it's, in some respects, it's seen as a medium of instruction. It's seen as the Western ideal, which we want to debunk. But I think this is really where we want to try and promote. And we saw earlier, let me flip back. We saw, if we revert back to that earlier slides, this strong interest in African history and African languages. So despite this preference for English at secondary and tertiary levels, there is still this strong desire for more focus on African languages, which is the positive lining to this narrative. So let's pull it through to a few basic conclusions. So in terms of the meaning of decolonization, I think what we've done so far, and I think there's so much more to be done in mining this data, there is fundamental lack of in terms of the term itself, decolonization, but there is a clear ability amongst the public to actively engage and answer questions pertaining to decolonization themes. On the curricular side, I think the results are quite emphatic around the support. There is fundamental support for a decolonial turn, but there is concern at the same time that that speaks to a concern about schools and universities tending to privilege Western, so-called Western knowledge. And there's real support for the promotion of African languages, greater African history content, and government spending towards these objectives. And then also we saw education, clear, strong views on the role of education and in terms of social mobility in society, coupled with clear concern over the affordability of that. So at the symbolic level, we see a sizable majority are interested, have an appetite for history and culture, with a lesser majority being more resistant to this and saying we should move on. Let's forget the past. So a lesser majority, but still a significant majority, believe that we need to try and remember as best we can. But that between a fifth and a third do voice this dissent, this deep-set resistance or opposition to that. And then on that particular example that we looked at around symbols of colonialism and apartheid history, there's a preference for removing them, but there's, I say, a similar but quite notable share belief in the status quo. So it speaks to the fundamental divisions that still permeate our society around some of these key issues. And in terms of the views who decide, I think there's this tendency to look to the state, but also a minority and increasingly generationally informed view around the referendum or vote around it. In terms of next steps, so those who think, well, what does this all add up to? These are very basic conclusions, very high level. I think there's a need for much more detailed multivariate analysis, more statistics, I'm afraid. But we need to caution, and I couldn't really do it effectively in this slide, but really need to caution against the binary. We need to engage with the inherent complexity of a topic such as this. We need to engage with those paradoxes more. We need to engage with this idea of resistance to some of these proposed changes and transformations. We need to pull through more this idea, I mentioned it a few times, intersectionality, looking at, adopting different lenses, looking at it through an age lens, looking at it through a gender lens, looking at it through a race lens, looking at it through a class lens, and looking at it through a combination of all the above. Also, we need to examine it goes back to Samela's work and the kind of some of the results I've presented, going back to those meanings, not only the lack of knowledge, but also those who express particular distinct meanings. They are quite wide-ranging. For that 54% that did say, this is what I feel decolonisation is, they're quite wide-ranging and differentiated views around what it means. But what effect does that actually have on all those other 19 questions that we looked at? Does it really have a bearing or not on fundamental attitudes and preferences? That's part of the puzzle we haven't yet formally engaged with, and it's one of the next steps. There's a need, obviously this is a lot of numbers, but there's a real need for qualitative examination. We need to take some of this, do cognitive interviewing on some of these questions. We need to look at mixed methods to try and help recontextualize some of the quants or answer things we haven't yet grappled with, or provide new insights about what might be some of the fundamental explanations we've completely missed. I would also like to see replication of both at a survey level and also in terms of qualitative work happening at tertiary campuses, both amongst students and faculty, to see to what extent they approximate or differ from the general public view. But also we need to start engaging, I think that's why these kind of dialogues are important, to begin to identify new questions. This is really scratching, sometimes I felt we were scratching around in the dark a little bit. This was very experimental, but it's at least a first foray into trying to have survey-based evidence on this topic. But there are many new questions that we need to think about, to pose in our surveys in future, to really, and hopefully being informed by thick description, thick insight from qualitative research. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben, for that set of insights. I'm sure those sets of slides and some of the conclusions raise more questions. So we have about 20 minutes or so for questions, comments, advice, even ideas for new questions, I think would be very, very useful. Okay, we've got two questions on this side. 3 now. If you just introduce yourself for the audience and the record.
I wonder how you've thought about that. There's evidence there that you spoke about different languages from different dictionaries. It seems to me that this points towards the entire debate about decolonisation as a continuation of some kind of epistemological violence. We're still struggling with trying to work out how we can say it in a different language. So it brings out that parallel dimension, which I find quite disturbing. Secondly, my question is, when you split up by different provinces, the extent to which people responded and said, yes, I support decolonisation. And you said you were kind of struggling to work out why there was such a positive response in certain areas and lack of response in other areas. I wondered if you factored in support for dominant discourse from traditional leaders in that area or in these different areas. I noticed that KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo were relatively high. Traditional leaders came into your presentation later in terms of family values that rank quite low, number 2, I think. But I think if you put traditional leaders into the response to decolonisation, interesting things might happen.
Okay, we'll take a set of 3.
Piet van Aert from the University of the Free State. It's just, Samela, just goes with what I said yesterday, that recommendation. So this is basically just a comment on looking at all this statistics, which is really interesting to see what the people, like 36% prefer removing the statues, but 46% preferred removing the statues, 34% supported the status quo, that kind of thing. For me, the scariest thing of this whole trying to unsettle the paradigms, from our university, my colleague in front of me here, she presents workshops about inclusion and diversification, and staff members are very resistant to this. If you think of just maybe the next steps going forward, I really think it's very, very, very important to get the university staff, the lecturers, also management, those things involved in this drive. We find many of my colleagues come to me and they ask me about what is decolonisation, and these are people with PhDs. And then when you explain to them or try to explain, the first reaction is they want to move away. They don't want anything to do with it. I've actually had a colleague resign from our university, and then they moved to that circus that they call Aros, because they don't want to engage, they don't want to be involved in this thing because they're scared, or they think they have no idea what it really is about. So for me, the biggest fear or the biggest concern is the fact that we have to drive it as staff members, as lecturers. We have to get involved. We have to be able to say, well, I'm comfortable with being uncomfortable and going out of my comfort zone and trying to contribute to this thing. So I think it's really important. This is very interesting that we've gotten so far from outside, but if it doesn't come from the inside, from universities, from the academics, our research, our work, our projects, we're just going to bang our heads against the wall.
And then we'll take the final question here. This is Francisco.
Thank you, colleagues. Siseko Kumalo here in the philosophy department here at the University of Pretoria. I've got a couple of things, just three, but I'll be brief. So I'm thinking about the whole concept of decolonized curricula, linking up with what Fraser was talking about earlier around the role of traditional leaders in terms of sort of swinging the statistics in particular provinces. And I'm curious as to whether or not the HSRC is interested in looking at the role or the relationship between the university and the community. Because if you go to UKZN, for instance, you find that UKZN is quite intensely involved in local community projects. It's out there. And I'm thinking, I'm linking again with the previous question that was just asked in terms of what's the role of the university. So I'm curious there to see, thinking about decolonial curricula, the role of traditional leaders, and the interplay between the institution and the community.
Next question.
Yes, indeed. The second question is around the question of history, specifically in regards to the statues. And I'm curious as to whether we are buying into a national erasure kind of thing when we're saying let's remove all of these. And the last thing I'm curious about in terms of the translations and the definitions, what particular dictionaries are we looking at? Because we've seen a permutation of language, a growth of language changes, etc., etc. So I'm curious as to whether the terms actually don't exist or whether they exist in other ways in older versions of the language. Thank you.
Thanks. So, Ben, you can speak, but this is open to the entire panel, so you decide.
Thank you. Those are great questions. I don't think I've got the answers to many. But I think certainly from the anthropological view, this issue about epistemological violence and the hunt for the right terminology, I think it is interesting. I think we haven't quite got to the state where we know whether the terminology is something we need to worry about. I know that's going to be very contentious, certainly among the linguists, but certainly that English term, from a survey methodology point of view, we spent quite a bit of time engaging both with UP and engaging with our field teams about it. That it really, and it speaks also to some of the comments that came from Sebu, I think it is really difficult to find those terminologies. And find it in a way which allows for conceptual equivalence across 11 languages. So what we're interested in from a sort of social sciences point of view is whether you know it or the English term, you have a recognition of that or not, whether you have a particular interpretation of what it might mean or not. Does that actually shape preferences? If it does, then we need to spend quite a bit of time engaging with those terminologies. We actually might need to, as a project, try and help promote a consistent terminology, which is going to be quite a tough endeavor. But I think certainly I like that point at the end. Maybe there are cases where there might be older phrasing that exists out there that might help get at it. That's something that needs to be looked into. We really need to. That's a nice research undertaking. Certainly, Samela and I were pouring through certain better-known dictionaries, and it was really quite shocking. Some of the older isiZulu dictionaries were assumed almost like a kind of cultural imperialism view. It's about the civilizing mission. And I think but that was obviously around what colonization is. It's very much about colonization might be positive in the older isiZulu dictionaries. So it's really weird. But the newer dictionaries in isiZulu tend to adopt, stop short of that and just, but have a very particular meaning that speaks much more to the decolonial kind of debates that we're hearing now. But I think there's much to be done in that space. The split up by provinces, I really like the idea around traditional leaders and their role, and whether that might be a factor. We certainly can't easily infer that from the data we've got. I think that would need specialized, probably more qualitative studies to engage with the role traditional leaders have been assuming around some of these debates at a community level. So that would be quite a nice follow-up study. I think that, in terms of the issue about the staff themselves, I think that's something, almost a year ago now, we had a presentation to the Deans of Humanities here at UP, where we'd come together to discuss some of these findings, as a collective for the Unsettling Paradigms project. Actually, that issue came up a lot. It was across campuses about the fact that staff on campuses, there's a very, very strong basis of resistance to the idea of decolonization at tertiary institutions. So I think that's really what I would like to see as a follow-up study. I know Samela, that's something part of her doctoral studies, but I think you're looking primarily at UKZN, Samela. It would be nice to see some of this happening at a range of campuses, looking at views of staff, students, and relating it to the broader public. So I'll leave it at that to see if my colleagues have anything to add.
Okay, well, I don't have much to say. I think my colleague has covered most in terms of all the questions that have been asked today. And like we said, when we were trying to define the word decolonization, we were trying to introduce it to the respondent in a way where we don't have to explain the word, just introduce the word. If we try to find a word that is decolonization in isiXhosa, for example, we established that there is not, for instance, a single word that says decolonization. But even for colonization, there wasn't a single word that would say, what is your understanding of decolonization? We can't put it like that. We cannot introduce decolonization without explaining it to a respondent. That's why we had to just simply introduce it in English, just like the university students have been protesting. We want to decolonize higher education. We want to decolonize the nation. So we just wanted to know, does the general public actually has a conceptual understanding of what the students are talking about? Because eventually, if you are pushing at such an important agenda such as decolonization, we need to know, does the general public actually have an understanding of this? Do they know what the students are talking about? because you need to know what the students are talking about for you to even support it. Hence, we go to the public. Do you understand the concept of decolonization? What's your understanding? And people say, no, we don't know. And we came to understand that it's actually the term that people don't understand. But when it comes to the nitty-gritties of what do you understand, as Ben just had presented, people actually do support the decolonization agenda. But when it comes to the word, they don't know what the students are talking about. So basically, they need to find a way to campaign around this decolonization, try to communicate it in a language that actually the general public can understand. And I think it's all of our role here. No one person. It's hard to come up with a word that says decolonization. Even I have been translating the isiXhosa version of the module, and yeah, we gave up. It's a struggle, so we had to present the word as it is. So thank you so much for your suggestions, though. They were very meaningful.
Yeah, I think I can just agree with my colleagues. Also, from an Afrikaans perspective, when you try and translate these words, you almost give meaning to it, and that was not the intention. We didn't want to imply something. So, but I think the way Ben explained it, it does give a lot of insight. It's work that we can now take forward. Thanks.
Colleagues, I think we have opportunity to engage the panel, the researchers on this project during the tea break. I would like to now say thank you to Ben, Samela, and of course Yare. A round of applause. Thank you. We break for tea now, and if you can get back to the venues, 5 to 11, we have a shorter session. The lunch break will start at 12:30 today.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to chair the second Vice-Chancellor's conversation. I want to acknowledge the first one that was held in St. George's Cathedral, which was curated by Sheena O'Connell. She's also been heavily involved in this one. I have a number of colleagues, fellow Vice-Chancellors, that I'd like to introduce. First, Professor Tawane Kupe, Vice-Chancellor of Pretoria University. Professor Adam Habib, Vice-Chancellor of Wits University. Professor Loretta Ferris from the University of Cape Town, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, responsible for transformation. Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Humanities, University of KwaZulu-Natal. And Professor Ahmed Bawa, former Vice-Chancellor, Durban University of Technology, currently CEO, University of South Africa. Before we get into this conversation, there's a 20-minute video that we want to show, an interview with Professor Francis Mnyonja from University of Cape Town. He's not able to be with us here. He has penned a paper, which I encourage you to source from the website. So in lieu of that, we'll have a video, and after that, we'll get into the conversation. I'll be engaging the fellow Vice-Chancellors and my colleagues around a number of questions, and there will also be an opportunity for you to ask questions from the floor and engage. It's not meant to be a question and answer session. It's meant to be an engagement, and we have 2 hours to do that. Thanks.
The assumption in Africanization is that appearance matters, and of course it does. But over and above appearance is the idea of content, the idea of socialization. What if we take the human beings and color as an envelope? Then you are more while the envelope matters, it is also very important to ask questions about the contents of any particular envelope. And it's not out of the question that an envelope that might appear African could actually have contents that are very distant from the predicaments, the preoccupations of Africans. So the cultural context that one grows up in African or not, matters a great deal in what we finally end up with as people who are sensitive to the predicaments of those where university institutions are located and are able to draw meaningfully on the lived realities of those people. You have to be inserted within that world and not simply look like that world. You have to act like the world. So content matters, and content comes through socialization. The university must reflect the context in which it operates. And a context like South Africa's context is a very complex context through its histories, through its configurations, and the need, therefore, for a nuanced approach that requires a careful reflection of this kaleidoscope, if you might want to call it that. And it therefore implies that any knowledge produced, curriculum within the university or curricula have to reflect the interests of these different stakeholders, some of whom might not be within the university, some of whom might represent traditions of knowledge production that are hemmed out of the university because of the elitist nature and also because of the very, how would you call it, because of the very imperial nature. Imperial nature of the knowledge that we produce. And we need to focus our attention that if we have to be meaningful, relevant, and not just be an ivory tower inserted in a given African community, we need to see how to conduct conversations with parallel universes and parallel traditions of knowledge production by bringing them into the academy. An academic has got to be conscious, again, of the context in which they conduct the academy. And to be able to do, you have to, I like using the word, to be intellectually nimble-footed, which requires a certain sensitivity to the world out there that needs the products of the university, that feeds the university and feeds from the university. So if an academic at UCT privileges the suburbs and lives a cocooned life in those, and only uses the townships as a poaching ground for validation of ideas that are not a reflection of the currency of life in those settings, it is unfortunate. The title is Drinking from the Cosmic Gourd: How Amos Tutuola Can Change Our Minds. And I wrote it immediately after the Rhodes Must Fall events in 2015 and the extension into Feast Must Fall in 2016. I felt that there were burning questions raised by students through these movements. One of them was clearly that students from different backgrounds, mostly non-white backgrounds in South Africa, or non-European backgrounds, found themselves in institutions that did not capture the nuanced complexities of the world they came from. So they read books, they had curricula, but they didn't feel as if it was sufficiently representative of the complexities of their lives as South Africans. And that, for me, posed an epistemological problem. And it was an epistemological problem that we had already noticed elsewhere in Africa, where decolonization has been a much longer fight since the 60s. And the idea that the university, the tradition of knowledge production privileged by the university is just one amongst others. And the case of Africa, it's even a very narrowly elitist one. Of course, it's elitist in every society, but even more so in a society that is conquered through colonialism and imposed systems of values in the education. And this was, how would an African scholar, even as an elite scholar, conceptualize the world and research it and teach it and publish on it, informed by an African outlook of the world? And then I started looking at people who had set out to document this particular African perspective. And I said, I would deliberately go to people who did not have a foothold in the academy, who were chastised by the academy, who were even accused of not qualifying to write because they didn't have the mastery of the colonial language to write. And the person who stood out for me in this regard was Amos Tutuola, the late Nigerian writer who published in 1952 a book titled The Palm Wine Drinkard, and followed up by a second book in 1954, My Life in the Bush of Ghosts. And now, quite ironically, these books were published by a leading publisher in the metropolis in London, Faber and Faber. Faber and Faber stole on their achievements as a publisher. So they were books that could not be ignored. They were not books published in an African setting, as we have the habit of ignoring local publishers and validating international publishers for our credentialism. So it was very interesting to go back into Amos Tutuola and see how the world he was trying to articulate. And for me, what stood out was the fact that Amos Tutuola recognized and celebrated incompleteness as a normal way of being, not as a negative thing to shy away from, to hide under the carpet, but something to celebrate. That humans are incomplete, nature is incomplete, and the supernature is incomplete. What mobilizes them to be able to achieve their ends is an emphasis on interconnections and interdependency. Now, I thought this template, the epistemology offered, epistemological possibilities offered by the suggestion of incompleteness as the normal way of being anything, is fascinating. It is an epistemology of conviviality that, in fact, seems to succeed to promise far more than the current fixations with binary thinkings, with dichotomies, which we find in the academy. In the academy, every discipline, every faculty, every methodological or conceptual pretension seems to think that they have all the answers and everyone else falls short. What if we entered the idea of knowledge production with the disposition of incompleteness and the humility that entails? Knowledge production will become an exercise much more that emphasizes conversation and listening, not listening to pull down or listening to dismiss, but listening to build on, to enhance, to take along, to understand that no one has the monopoly of insights. And we are all interested in questions and critical questioning, and every question serves as a platform for new ways of questioning. So I found Amos Tutuola fascinating in this regard. The world of incompleteness that his books are all about is fascinating. And if, a very quick example, I know we don't have much time, but if we were to take the one thing that stands out in the Palm Wine Drinkard in Amos Tutuola, which I use a lot to illustrate this point of incompleteness, is the story of a man who is reduced to a skull, and he lives in a community of skulls without need for any other body parts, because they are skulls. They get by, they continue with life as usual. And then one day, they receive news from a distant land about a very beautiful lady who defies all men and a sense of self-importance in terms of, and she turns down every able-bodied person as a suitor. And this Carl hears that story, and he says, a woman who turns down every able-bodied man must want as a husband a man who is out of this world. And he looks at himself and says, I am that man, clearly out of this world. But this Carl, having once been a man, understands the frailties of humans, and that humans are led by appearances. Again, that point about appearances, and that if only he could bring himself to keep up appearances, he might attract this lady. So he decides to embark upon a journey of self-activation through borrowing body parts. And he borrows, and if you're borrowing body parts, you borrow the best, if you can afford them. So imagine that you are borrowing body parts, you have the best legs, maybe borrow Cristiano Ronaldo's leg, you have Beyonce's looks, you have all of these people. Let's continue with this idea of beauty. And by the time he's through, he's a truly the most handsome man in the world. And he has, he's described by Amos Tutuola as the complete gentleman. And he borrows the best sports car, imagine, a Ferrari or whatever, and drives into this city or this town where this lady, impossible lady is. And as soon as she sets eyes on him, again, setting eyes, appearances, she says, you are my man, even before he has said a word. And she decides to jump into his car and drive off with him. But the man is also not just a complete gentleman in the propped up sense of the word. He is also truly an honest man. And he tells her, there is a lot less to me than meets the eye. And she insists, she who sees it knows it. So she believes in appearances. The man says, the content may not reflect the appearance. And since she insists, he takes her on a journey of self-activation. And as he's moving, because he's a complete gentleman and doesn't want to live on falsehood, he is ready to pay for the body parts that he had borrowed and to return them to the people because they might need them for other things. It was just a borrowed, hired car, hired body parts. And so he deactivates himself into those levels until by the time he arrives, the community is escalled once again. Now, what this story tells us is about we are who we are, not through a certain permanent idea of being, a unified body, a uniform and predictable form, but through relationships of various kinds, through relationships of debt and indebtedness. The fact that we belong to a world that is dynamic, that is mobile, we are open to constantly enriching ourselves, not through zero-sum games, but through enhancements by celebrating our incompleteness. We open ourselves up to be able to take ourselves out by taking the outside in. And I think this is a fascinating template for a university. A fascinating template where the idea is not university rankings. Whenever UCT finds itself ranked the best in Africa, it celebrates and says, I'm superior to all the others. No, it's a game of circulation and allowing for self-enhancement through important conversations with one another, disabusing ourselves of this superiority syndrome and the zero-sum game approaches to things by just recognizing that incompleteness is a normal way of being. It also offers us a fascinating new template for organizing the university. If disciplines like you are from fine art and from sociology, and we can find people from engineering, we all recognize that what we contribute is incomplete. Nobody has the final answers, and therefore inclusivity, a sort of Ubuntu knowledge production endeavor, would make us much more relevant to the society, less elitist, less binary in our approach. We operate within a template of completeness, and the university is a champion of that template. Once you acquire a degree, you are tall on it, and you are supposed to look down on everyone else. And if your degree is from UCT, you feel that you are taller than someone from Fort Hare or from University of the North or Northwest and whatever. Or if you are from Harvard, if you are from so it inflects itself with a hierarchy of credibility that has no humility to recognize incompleteness and the fact that we are who we are through relationships with others and through interdependencies. That particular template is also one where a priori knowledge generated in the South, because a university happens to be in the South, even if it's the lead university in the world, is immediately positioned in the lower rungs of that hierarchy. That cannot be a meaningful, productive way of generating knowledge, promoting conversations in the academy. So my proposition is for us to break free, to rupture with this narrow framework where incompleteness is overly dramatized, even when the reality is that of incompleteness, because it just creates dictatorships of various kinds, or insensitivities to the predicaments of others within that framework. Such a university is one in which incompleteness is embraced and celebrated, that no race has the monopoly of insights, that humanity is a process of being and becoming on a constant basis, and that nobody has any justification at all to lord it over others, to play God in the lives of others, just simply because they are different race, different class, different gender, different generation, and that knowledge production about a society in its complexity and nuance requires participation by all and sundry in a way that we could truly call participatory.
So thanks to Francis for that presentation, which I'm sure we're going to come back to because I think it's very fertile for some of the things we've been talking about. So let me invite our colleagues to join us, and let's kickstart this discussion. So just to be transparent about how we're doing this, we prepared a set of questions that we shared with our colleagues here so that they could reflect on those questions, because it's not fair to just throw big questions at people which require some thinking. So I will start off with some of those questions, and they're very much related to the theme of this conference: unsettling paradigms, the decolonial term, decolonization, and so on. So let's start off there. We might want to also engage Francis, and then we'll open it up and see how we go. So let me start with the first one. I'll ask the colleagues to think about the thematic of unsettling paradigms. So what are these paradigms that need to be unsettled? So that's the first question. We're talking about unsettling paradigms. We're exploring a lot of ideas around decoloniality and so on. But let's start at the start. What is it that we want to unsettle? What are these paradigms that we think are dominant or hegemonic, that we think must be unsettled? So whoever wants to start, you're welcome. Ahmed. I know you would be the first for that.
Thank you, Salim. First of all, I just want to say I really enjoyed listening to Francis there, and it's just such a provocative kind of thing, set of ideas and so on. And also just to thank the organizers for having me here today. I just want to begin with a couple of little vignettes, like, in 1979 or something like that, I kind of remember going to a series of public lectures by David Vaughan Brown at University of Natal in those days on the impact of Ngugi wa Thiong'o on literature, global literature. It was 1979. Public lectures. Kind of those, Salim and Adam will remember those buildings in the New Arts Block there, packed. And another example is Adam will recall at University of Durban, Westville, again in sort of 81, 82 or something like that, Mahmoud Mamdani and Claude Ake visiting. And Mahmoud Mamdani's book, which is called, of course, The Citizen and Subject, kind of drew a lot from that kind of sabbatical that he had at UDW. And the thing that really struck me about Mahmoud Mamdani's time at UDW was that his kind of analysis was so shockingly different from the general analysis. And where did it come from, right? It came from the fact that he actually went to the hostels in Mlazi and KwaMashu and actually spoke to hostel dwellers. And suddenly, there was a whole new paradigm about this idea that people who lived in the hostels, the migrant workers and so on, were not just like stagnant IFP supporters, but that they themselves were creating new ideas and new approaches to things and so on. Claude Ake arrived, and this was in about, I can't remember now, sort of 89 or something like that. And Claude Ake didn't want to stay on the campus. He wanted to travel around the province to talk to people. And we arranged, I remember the university arranged for 2 postgrad students to go with him, so that they could do the translations and so on. And one more, and that is just a little story about Mduduzi Mokoena, who's a biotechnologist who used to be at Durban University of Technology, is now at UKZN, who got his first Tutuka grant after getting his PhD. And the first project he worked on was to try and understand how the process of fermentation in the preparation of food had evolved over 4 or 5 generations in Inanda, outside Durban. How do you get at that, right? You can't Google it, right? There's very little written about it. So what do? You go with a group of students and you just engage 4 generations of women. And you say to them, tell us how you did this. And then you come back to the laboratory and then you kind of test and things work and things don't work. You go back and you engage the women. By the way, that little piece of research gets published. And about 3 or 4 weeks later, he gets a letter from China saying, hello, we'd like to collaborate with you. We are doing the same project here. The point I'm trying to make is that, for me at least, one of the biggest challenges in the whole debate around decolonization of the knowledge project itself, for me, has to be driven by this idea that engagement with the local context is absolutely fundamental. Now, I'm not suggesting that, I'm a particle physicist, by the way, so I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be studying quarks and gluons, because after all, they are also a part of our context. But they're also part of the global context. So, from my point of view, at least, when I think about a decolonized knowledge project, what is it that drives my thinking, at least, around unsettling paradigms? It's really about saying that South African universities have to take the responsibility of producing knowledge about our context. That we can't leave that responsibility to others. That doesn't mean we shouldn't collaborate and so on. But what it does mean is that we have to assume the fundamental responsibility about generating knowledge about our context. So, and for me, what flows from that is this idea that we can enter the global knowledge terrain with our heads held high because we are taking into that global knowledge terrain kind of knowledge that we are responsible for producing. So for me, and out of that, flows issues around theory development and so on and so forth. And I'm sure we'll come back to this, but just this idea that we should really be thinking very seriously about this notion of engagement. By the way, I'm not just simply talking about community engagement, but it's engagement with context. And of course, we can talk about what context is.
Thanks so much. So that's a great start. Paradigm that needs to be unsettled is about where we take our orientation from. I want to respect that, right? But I also think there should be a respect for the session that's underway. So let's find a way of dealing with this while we respect whatever people want to say and whatever the form of protest may be. At the same time, there's a conversation happening here as part of a conference that is trying to think through some serious matters related to the transformation of our university. So let's see how we proceed. Ahmed, do you want to respond to that at all?
I don't disagree with Adam at all. I mean, I don't think that there's a kind of a uniformity in the local context and so on. But what I want to kind of emphasize, is that when I think about what is it that defines a South African university, there's no question about the fact that we are part of the global knowledge kind of enterprise and so on. But what is it that defines a South African university? And then I have to say, well, one of the things that would define a South African university is this idea that we should assume the responsibility to produce knowledge about our context, taking into account all the plurality and so
on. Okay, anyone else on this question of unsettling paradigms? Tamane? Well, I'm happy to move to the next question we asked you also.
Yeah, I think that from where I sit, Adam touched on one aspect of what are the unsettling paradigms. I think one of the unsettling paradigms is really that if you move away from knowledge packaged in disciplines, where do you go to? So because I think if we're talking about decoloniality and an African university or a new kind of university that is better able to critique society and suggest avenues of the kind of new society that you want, you then have to move into the space of what people use, the prefixes that put before disciplinary these days: interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary. The very facility we are sitting here today, and I'll just say a word about that, is that the Future Africa Institute, where we are today, is dedicated to producing what we call transdisciplinary knowledge. It does not yet exist. Transdisciplinary knowledge does not yet exist, and correctly so. Because if you are going to move away from the disciplinary bind or boundaries, you have to commit to creating something that is new. Now, if you are going to create something that is new, you cannot do it the same way in which we critique disciplinaries, which have classical figures and authorities. So part of unsettling paradigms is questioning the authorities, questioning the classics, and beginning to actually, in a sense, for lack of a better word, on an afternoon where more people have to speak, is to begin to undermine, deconstruct, if you like, authorities, and think of opening up the space for multiplicities and diversities of voices. Because so far the academy is organized along disciplines and authorities, core texts and core theories. And I think what we're saying here is that to undermine that project is actually also an act, if you like, that goes beyond the academy into rethinking and reimagining society in its own right. So I think one also begins to talk about diversities of sources of knowledge, rather than knowledge is fixed through particular paradigms that are linked to particular historical contexts. And let's name the historical context. In our context, one is talking about slavery, one is talking about colonialism, South Africa, one is also talking about apartheid. One is not ignoring, of course, the contradictions that occurred in pre-colonial Africa, and also were then embedded, implicated, if you like, conscripted, became complicit into the colonial apartheid and the project. One can talk about notions of culture, notions of traditional leadership. So for me, that is very important. There's something else I want to talk about is that I think we've become one unsettling paradigm that is coming to my thoughts at least, is that we must move away from the idea of knowledge production. Because the concept knowledge production, apart from its industrial referencing, also easily lapses into reproduction of forms of knowledge that come from somewhere else. I'm increasingly attracted to the notion of knowledge creation, rather. And the creativity is very, very important in that regard. I mean, I listened very carefully to Francis. And funny enough, I didn't have a lot of chance earlier on to read what Francis was going to say. And I thought that one of the more interesting ways of thinking through this question is to go, as Francis did, to a lot of African literature, which at the center of most African literature is the idea of loss of agency and creativity by Africans because of the processes of slavery, colonialism, and apartheid. And that actually one of the things that we need to do is to recover our sense of creativity, not only in the intellectual sense, creativity in how do we actually rearrange our institutional structures and the ways in which we think and organize and talk about society. And that will undermine a lot of the existing paradigm. And also lastly, if I might say, open-endedness, the need to have an open-endedness to the notion of knowledge creation. That open-endedness allows multiple voices to come into the space, allows multiple generations to come into the place. One of the more interesting things that I found enriching during the Fees Must Fall protests and other associated protests, they were not only protests, by the way, about fees. The protests about patriarchy, protests about sexism, protests about violence in society, access to education and access to many institutions. Was that actually it indicated the lack of space and voice for younger generations, caught up in a situation where the dominant paradigms appeared not to have been unsettled for so many generations and for so many decades.
Okay, thanks, Salim. So I would just want to maybe add to what I originally wanted to say by just first and foremost acknowledging this moment that we are in, which is also an unsettling moment, right? So we are a panelist of people at a conference where there's a protest unfolding. And for me, this speaks in a way to what decoloniality brings. It brings a level of discomfort. It brings a level of unease. And so in this moment, I think there is a disrupting the ease that we traditionally sort of identify or understand conferences to be. And that has been since 2015, when this kind of disrupting moment has become part of who we are. It's for me the kind of incompleteness that Francis challenges us to deal with. So this is an incomplete moment because this is not how we understand conferences to be. But I'm going to kind of embrace the messiness of what we have in the moment. So I just wanted to preface my thoughts by acknowledging that. And maybe I should also just say that what it made me think of is, so even when we have a conference on decoloniality, we still go into our conference mode, right? And so maybe this is an opportunity for us to kind of break out of that mode. Because I think at some point we need to begin to think, well, what does it mean when decolonial scholars come around a table. And what does it mean when they invite leaders, when they go into modes of hierarchy? And to just unpack that a bit and maybe even problematize it a bit. But I think one of the paradigms that we also need to unsettle as universities is this notion of truth. And of a one truth. Because as academics, I think we need to scrutinize our ways of being and doing, whether it's in the classroom as teachers, whether it is when we do research, whether it's when we engage with communities. And I think beginning to sort of question what we have always accepted in our disciplines as the truth is a moment in which we begin to unsettle. But that is a process that I think has to start internally with ourselves. And I'm comfortable that we've started this journey of decolonization, even if that's only what we do, which is to hold up this lens. And that's really what Paulo Freire is asking of us to do as academics and as teachers, is to always hold up the lens and question ourselves and reflect on our ways of being and doing. And so that is already a decolonial moment, and I think it's the beginning of a process. But I think that I also want to move beyond the university and ask ourselves, well, what is the role of the university in the broader society in terms of unsettling the paradigm? Because I think we can become very comfortable in moments like these where we come together as academics and scholars and we do the hard and necessary work around unpacking this project of decolonization. But what does it mean in a broader society? What does it mean for South Africa? What does it mean for colonized societies in particular? Because what we have done as colonized societies is we have embraced all of the systems that comes with colonization. We have embraced systems of economy, we have embraced political systems, we have embraced certain conceptualizations of democracy, of governance. As a country, and my discipline is law, our legal system is based on the fundamental kind of marriage between our two colonizers. So we have a system which is a hybrid between English law, common law, and Roman Dutch law. And so what does all of that mean in terms of unsettling a paradigm? We're having a conversation around land reform right now. Why is the word decolonization absent when actually decolonization is about questioning the ways in which land has come to reside in the hands of the colonizer, has removed it from the colonized, and has become part of that system, the political, economical, and legal system. All of that deals with land in a very particular way. We're now talking about land reform. We're revisiting land, but decolonization is not present. So I guess what is the role of universities in unsettling the broader paradigm is one of the things that we need to think about as we go down this road.
I think very usefully, at least two major strands have come out here. The one is about Eurocentric epistemology, right, which is the dominant paradigm that needs to be unsettled. And I might just add that it needs to be unsettled also for its universalizing claims. It imagined it's the only way of knowing, and that it is universal, and everything else is marginal or parochial. And I think Loretta is bringing a very interesting dimension that there are also paradigms beyond the university within which we actually work, whether you name that as neoliberalism or capitalism or whatever, that the university, to borrow from Brian O'Connell, as a sense-making institution, must be also interrogating some of those things, the paradigms that are dominant within the state, if you like, or government, and so on, okay? And that then goes to the notion of what is the role of the university in South Africa. So if we can move on from that, then the obvious question is that if there are paradigms to be unsettled, how much unsettling is actually happening at your universities? How much unsettling is actually happening 4 years after the student protests at UCT, at Wits, at Pretoria, nationally, since you are the CEO of Universities South Africa? Or is it back to business as usual? Will we wait for the next eruption in 5 years' time before we start getting activated again? So how much unsettling is happening?
I don't think we can ever go back to 2014 and 2015. I think we've gone through a moment in our history where serious questions have been asked about the nature of South Africa's knowledge project and so on. And I think that the really big challenge for us now is to understand how to go beyond what we kind of cursorily think of as kind of a decolonized kind of knowledge project. So let me just pose two questions, right? The one is, one of the really big challenges is that we've simply, and I understand why, we've simply accepted the kind of the notion of the structure of the knowledge project. By what I mean by that is that at universities, we work in disciplines, we work in kind of in knowledge domains and so on, which are very tightly fixed and so on. And Tawana spoke earlier about kind of expanding the kind of that knowledge structure to include other forms of kind of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity and so on. But I want to go beyond that, because I think that we have to see this as a project which is an ongoing project, that it's not simply about kind of fixing up something, but that this is really a process of change, a process of long-term kind of engagement, a long-term kind of knowledge engagement, if you like. So I just want to raise something which I have a colleague in a general relativist in India who recently wrote an article about the fact that his students, his graduate students, kind of have grown up in a paradigm of pluralism rather than essentialism. Just kind of India in all of its complexity. And what he's tried to do is to try and understand the extent to which that pluralist thinking has implications for their work in generativity. By the way, this is a very serious question, because I mean, generativity, like all of physics, is highly reductionist and so on. And he comes up with these ideas that actually, in his view, there's an increasing shift from the digital to the analog, from kind of reductionism to integration, from kind of essentialism to pluralism. This idea that actually science is becoming much more fluid. It's no longer like sort of sharply kind of defined by reductionist approaches, if you like. Now, I need to kind of get my head around that to some extent. But it seems to me at least that one of the things that we have to think about, and I was pleased that Francis kind of spoke about in the spirit of Ubuntu, right? So one of the things about this is, should we be moving away from kind of reductionist approaches to integrative approaches? So I think what I'm saying, Salim, is that I don't think this is simply about saying, can we have more African kind of writers in our curriculum? It's not about, this is really about transforming the knowledge project. And I think that and I think Loretta referred to Paulo Freire, and and I think that what I also want to say is that I don't think that this is a South Africa project. I don't think it's an African project. I think this is a project of the South. I think there's a need for another Bandung kind of conversation about the knowledge project of the South. And maybe something that we can do at UP's Future Africa campus. By the way, if you don't mind, I've always wondered whether it's the Future Africa campus or the Future Africa campus of University of Pretoria.
Okay. So you have a good point. And is the Future Africa Institute and campus, because it's a physical, but is Future Africa is in all Africans on the continent, in the diaspora, and our global partners and collaborators. So it is that local, continental, and globalist dimension, if you like. So I would like to answer Salim's question even as he expressed it here and as it's written down. And I want to speak and think freely, because I think that this is what we should use the space for. So I agree with Loretta that we shouldn't come here with fixed answers. First, you see, I liked what Ahmed said. Ahmed said this is not just a South African issue. So what we call unsettling paradigms here in South Africa were unsettling paradigms in the 60s and 70s, or even earlier, as Francis said. Tutula was not writing in the 2000s. Amos Tutula has been writing in one of the early African writers, if you like. You can add in there Ngugi, Achebe, Mariama Ba, and others. These unsettling questions might have surfaced in South Africa in very recent times, but they are unsettling questions that the continent has been carrying for so many decades, right? So if in those contexts, these unsettling paradigms and unsettling questions, troubling questions have occurred in the continent decades ago, why is it that the continent does not actually look any different from South Africa in terms of its people's material, intellectual conditions, the state of its academy and universities? And so the reason why I'm driving this point is that it will be wrong to sit here and sound like an auditor to say so much unsettling is happening, because it's not an audit process. It's a very messy, contradictory process of social change, which if you go by the history of the rest of the continent, you can say there is no hope here. But that is not the issue. It's not about hope. It's what kind of, if you like, social and intellectual and other forces are going to gather on the continent, fueled, resourced, if you like, nourished by these unsettling debates and paradigms, to actually get the critical mass to get this kind of social change we want in Africa. So it's not, for me, it's not an audit moment, even though one of my responsibilities is to the audit committee. It is a moment where we critically reflect on what dynamics of change are there and what is the critical mass around in South Africa and in the rest of the continent. Ironically, what is happening is more and more unsettling questions are actually being asked. And unsettling questions about even what we, as Loretta implied, what we are doing here. And let me add something here. What is also unsettling for me in what we do in these discussions is the kind of language that becomes very insular and then inward-looking. There's a new insider and an elite of the decolonial, movement. But so we've seen so many of these elite movements where people, if you like, since this is the favor of the moment in South Africa, capture a discourse, capture a project. It becomes theirs, but doesn't serve to open up the space for others. And as Ahmed said, to link into actually discourses that feed social change in society. So for me, but I celebrate this particular moment. We need the messiness, we need the contradictoriness. Out of that contradictoriness, what might, to quote a white male poem who was writing about rebellion in Northern Ireland, a terrible beauty might be born. And in that terrible beauty that is born, this line comes from Easter 1916, which was an uprising by the Irish. Out of that terrible beauty, we hope that the motive forces for the kind of beautiful society we want, where there are not these knowledge hierarchies which translate into social hierarchies, where all of the fundamental bases of oppression, exploitation, suppression begin to be undermined and to disintegrate, and there's space to create a new society.
So it seems to me that there's three issues. Let's agree on what we agree on, right? It seems to me the first thing we agree on is that context is important. We all agree that, and we all agree that it should be a diversity of that local context. The second thing we agree on is that knowledge is a continuous project, and what we require is a plurality of perspectives that are necessary and need to be introduced. We agree on that. The third thing we agree on is deriving knowledge from people, from ordinary people, and how they live their lives and how they make sense of it should be part of the project. That's a kind of ethnography is important, and I would use the example of Mahmoud Mamdani and Achebe in Durban and how they looked at that. But it seems to me we're ducking certain questions, and I want to pose those. And they're going to be difficult questions to ask because it unsettles everybody. But it seems to me that if we don't do it, then we run the risk of a populist response. The first, is all knowledge and information academically legitimate? All information and all knowledge is legitimate, but is it academically legitimate? And that's the big question. So we have to ask, what is the legitimate process to adjudicate different sets of knowledge, and what is brought in to the university and what isn't? That seems to me something we're ducking. The second, we speak at a level of abstraction. So frankly, I read Francis's article and I agree with almost everything he talks about. But here's the problem. If Francis and I started talking about specific reforms at the level of the curriculum or at the level of the institution, then I think the consensus disappears. And that's one of the huge problems that we're in, is once you translate from context to the specific reform in political science 303, or asking a particular questions on the kinds of issues that need to be looked at around economic predispositions and what economic policy we need to this thing, then at that level of specificity, the consensus disappears. And it seems to me we're having this conversation at the most abstract. Third, and I want to come back to Loretta, because Loretta's right that we are in unsettled times, and that might very well mean that in these unsettled times we engage in discourses that are unsettling, in conferences that tend to be unsettling. But here's what is worrying. We mustn't romanticize this unsettlement, because this unsettling is silencing people. There is a group of people, for whatever ideological rationale they have, that think that they are the architects of a new decoloniality. And nobody else should have the right to engage in the debate on decoloniality. And they do that silencing, sometimes violently, and sometimes through much more subtle acts. And frankly, if we don't tackle this, if we don't confront this, we will destroy what it means to be a university. But more importantly, we will destroy the very idea of thinking through what decoloniality means. So that's something that I think we're not grappling with. I want to answer your question now, because it seems to me you asked the question of what is unsettling. Quite a bit of unsettling is happening at the universities. In some faculties, particularly the Faculty of Humanities, there is some unsettling at a programmatic level that I think would meet the criteria that Francis raises. There's new courses, there's an adaptation of new courses, there are questions that are being asked that we wouldn't have. We're reflecting on literature and philosophers and people that we wouldn't have 15 years ago. I think there's quite a bit of that at particularly the level of the Faculty of Humanities. There is quite a bit of technical reforms on restructuring the curriculum, on reorganizing it, creating more permeable boundaries between faculties, creating more permeable boundaries between institutions at the overall level. These, I do not believe, meet the paradigmatic unsettling that Francis is calling for. They're technical rather than pedagogic. And I think there is at the overall level, there's very little happening at the deeper paradigmatic level. This is in part because I believe there isn't sufficient agency sometimes within the faculty and within the academy. And that's across the racial divide, whether white or black scholars, in a sense, that's reflected. But in part, I think it's because we're not thinking through at the level of specific reforms. We feel comfortable at a level of abstraction. And that's easy, because it's politically easy. But when we start getting to specific reforms, how do you think through renaming? What legitimacy of some symbolic naming and not others? Why should you simply think of naming simply by using indigenous languages, given the fact that we are a multilingual society? Should we simply name black politicians as the symbols of our naming? Or do we bring black scholars and more complex, nuanced notions of naming that reflect more traditional communities, where you name not after individuals, but you name after expressive ideas or purpose? Those kinds of naming traditions, we don't have sufficiently engaged conversations on that. We don't have sufficiently engaged conversations on our humanities. Our humanity programs, much of it, I think, learns to describe. They may even learn to explain. They haven't learned to transcend. They haven't learned to think through transcending. Because if you look at transcending, you've got to confront configurations of power and how you not only rail and criticize it, but how you transform it. How do you engage through subversion of reforms to rethink those kinds of things? And that, for me, is the real challenge of our time. Now, I think we can have this conversation, and we can have many conversations like this. But if we remain at the level of the abstract, the level of the rhetorical, at the level of the political, we're in trouble. If we don't get to the issue of specific reforms, if we don't get to the issue in the humanities of going beyond description and explanation to think through how to move forward and how to subvert configurations of power, we'll be in serious trouble. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim. So I just want to come back to the questions that Adam posed and said these are the things that we are ducking. And starting with a question around, is all knowledge legitimate? So Adam, that feels a little bit for me like when we say, you know, when we allow black people in, standards will drop. So I think we need to question the whole notion of legitimacy a little bit, and maybe you want to explain what you meant, because I see you shaking your head. So maybe because we need to know what we mean when we say knowledge is legitimate. What is the criteria thereof, and how do we define it? Because, of course, as a university, we first and foremost, and that is part, I think, of the decolonial project, as part of being an African university, is that we don't take any notion of quality and integrity off the table. In fact, what we're hoping to achieve is levels of integrity that is based in our context. It's levels of quality that is based in our very particular context. And so what it opens up for us is the scope to look at knowledge differently, as opposed to saying certain forms of knowledge is accepted because, you know, of a very particular context that it comes from, and others not. So I think what decoloniality requires of us is actually to unpack this whole notion of what is accepted as science or not. And I think there's some very particular moments for us as universities now that are in this moment of transformation. So one of the things that is happening at UCT, for example, is, and I want a link to renaming, is of course we renamed the central building, and of course we need to think about place and space, of universities. I think universities such as UCT, such as Wits, we are built around this whole traditional Western type universities, and we have the central hall, and at university it was Jameson Memorial Hall, which we renamed to Sarah Baartman, a Khoi woman. And one of the questions that came post the renaming, well, one of the many questions in different forms, but essentially the same question is, what does Sarah Baartman have to do with science and with knowledge production? And why would you rename the building that is at the central of a university to somebody who was in essence uneducated? And that's exactly what, for me, what decoloniality means, is we challenge those notions of what is education and what is being at the central positionality of science. And so these are the kind of, I think, practical moments of decoloniality over and above what has been mentioned that is happening. I think there's a vibrancy of research after 2015 around decoloniality in South Africa, because we are coming late to the party, as some people, and I think Ahmed has made the point as well. We're coming late to the party, but all of a sudden there's this vibrancy. There are these kinds of conferences. There's research that is happening. There's research that's linking to classroom practice that is happening. And I think that means that we're not, as Ahmed has said, we're not going to go back to business as usual, because I think there has been this opportunity created now that people are exploring. I just want to make one final point around unsettling and silencing the debate around decoloniality. And I also want to link it to the point that Tawana made about what we must be careful of is to not create this kind of elitism around decoloniality. And in some ways, I want to agree with both Adam and Tawana, is that, whatever our theoretical stance is, first and foremost, we must be able as academics to withstand scrutiny. That is part of the academic endeavor, is that we put our theories out there for scrutiny. If we're not able to withstand the scrutiny, we're going to have to reflect on what that means for us as academics. I think the more difficult question to engage with is how do we deal with those people who do not necessarily agree with our viewpoint or have not historically agreed with our viewpoints, who now engages with decolonial theory, right? Does it mean that we silence them, or does it mean that we engage them from where they are? So I do think there are valid questions to be asked around not only what we talk about, but how we talk about them.
Thanks. So also what I wanted to say is that I think, Adam, your first question is easy to agree to say not everything, information or knowledge is legitimate. But I think actually that is not the problem. The unsettling problem is the following. How does one get to the point of saying this is more legitimate and that is not legitimate? That is not what is transparent, especially in dominant scholarship. This is sort of naturalized when it is actually not necessary, not natural. We all know that even arguments and theories are processes of selection, and they have silences, they have certain things that they accentuate
And therefore, it becomes to be interesting, what influenced this person to do that? And to take it down to the curriculum level, Adam, that is often perhaps some of the problems that we have in the curriculum transformation. We do not take time sometimes, because the course has to be done in 14 weeks, to talk about the question of knowledge. In any course, to talk about the question of knowledge and where it comes from. That differences, that even a course could actually be structured differently by the same people and taught to the same students. When I lived in the Scandinavian countries, I had a friend who lived in Denmark we worked together. Sometimes we went to Denmark together. What was surprising for me for television news is that at the end of the main television news bulletin, the presenters would say to the audiences, "This is the news we selected for you today. It is possible we left out something that was important. And if we did, we would like to engage with you and for you to suggest what other forms of, what other things could be news." And this example is very important because some people had assumed that certain things are news and others are not. And if you follow the example of news even today, typically so what is called the main news, you find that there's a huge gender bias. Because what does news focus on? Big politics, big business, and all of those things. So it follows that generally you get the impression that power is associated with a certain form, a certain gender, and not others. But if you flip that news and say, what is the impact of decisions made by business, politicians, academia, and others at the top level on ordinary people and give them a voice, you would actually deconstruct the basis of power in that society. So I think that the very process of making knowledge production and how we teach and what we teach much more transparent to those we teach is the beginning for me of a process of developing critical thinking skills in people. The ability to critique and the ability to think for yourselves and the ability to realize that there are multiple choices, but also choices will lead you to different directions. So I think that might be useful in this notion of our notion of decoloniality. So when those who are the advocates of decoloniality become that dominant part, it will be interesting to see how they are critiqued by others and who the critique against decoloniality must also reveal itself for what it is critiquing and how it is critiquing it. Because the object of an education and the university education for me is not to provide answers. It's actually to enable people to reach answers. For people to reach answers, their minds must be opened up. And you can't do that without the transparency of how you get to making certain answers or saying certain information is legitimate or not. It might be actually, if you reveal that, there might be a consensus that is reached. So for me, this is not an abstract question. It is a fundamental question. Because the philosophical questions determine what you then do practically on the ground. If you do not settle the fact that colonialism, apartheid, slavery, and any ideology of domination, its first order of business is actually to make what it says right, natural, true, the truth, and beyond question. So the object of decoloniality is to question things that are said to be natural, true, and should be what everybody does. And once you do that, I think that the process of liberating people's minds, therefore Nguk is decolonizing the mind, begins to unfold. It might not have it might have answers that some think this is not as legitimate as you do. But legitimacy for me is less than the question of how do you get to notions of legitimacy and distinguishing between things and distinguishing between relative value between different things. For me, if we can return to the notion of what education is, the business of education is to open people's minds so they're able to think for themselves and make answers for themselves.
So I know Adam is itching to respond, and I'm not going to let him respond. Just to clarify, what Adam did say was about academically legitimate. And I think that's a very profound question. Once you efface distinctions between training and education, once you efface distinctions between everyday knowledge and academic knowledge, informal knowledge and formal knowledge, then you have to ask, what is the university for? If everything goes, right? So I think that is a valid question about what kinds of knowledges are legitimate in the academic arena. It is not about being elitist. It's also recognizing all kinds of experiences that we have to value and draw on from and so on. But if everything is the same, then I'm not sure what a university is for. So I think that's a major issue. In the same way, we make a distinction between training and education. The two things are different, right? So that's something we'll have to come back to. So let me take this in one more direction, and I'd like to open up also. So yesterday, Loretta, there was what I think a brilliant keynote by Shepo Malingozi. And one of the things I think Shepo said, to use your metaphor of we're coming late to the party, I think Shepo would say, but that's not an African party. It's coming from Latin America. And I think his critique I would share. Great for the Latin Americans to give the global South decoloniality. Maybe we as Africans are lazy because we are not producing anything similar to help us theorize from our own location, right? So my question then is, we are speaking a lot about the decolonial and the decolonial school. What resources is it offering us to think through transformation and decolonization? How are we using this idea of the decolonial school and the idea of decoloniality to help us think through and the praxis, if you like, of decolonizing our university? And let's get to the practical now, rather than stay at the abstract. How do you see this, or how do we see this as a resource? Because that's where we are. Everyone's talking about the decolonial, referring to Mignolo, Grossfugel. How are we using this to rethink sociology or philosophy or English literature? So I agree with, we have to worry about the audit culture. This is where we are today and so on. But I think at some point we have to ask the question, how does sociology look now as it looked 5 or 10 years ago, or philosophy, or, you know. And I think we'll agree it's not about adding a bit of Indian philosophy, right? And adding a bit of African philosophy and see how much we've changed. I think it's rethinking the whole of philosophy. And not just being a sop to the decolonial by adding a bit of African and a bit of other philosophies, while the center remains. We don't decenter the center. We just add a little to the margins. So how does the decolonial school help?
So it's interesting how you asked the question, and that might also mark a distinction between contexts. So I never understood that decoloniality is a little bit of adding the African, what you call the African flavor, and steering. It's because also one assumes that adding that which you add does not require critique and questioning in itself. It does. So what this resource or this discourse about decoloniality is, what sets of arguments, debates, discourses, and issues can we ensure are within the parameter or the spaces where people... So in other ways, how do we set up debates that critically actually open up people's minds? Because this is not a menu where you add this and that. You say, in the domain of knowledge, what, to the extent possible, is a range of arguments? How are these arguments connected, even different from each other, and what influences that? Because what you really essentially want to do is to teach people that scholarship, knowledge, education is, as you said, not training. It's about, 1, critical thinking. 2, it's about understanding that there are many different perspectives. It's also about situating yourself in that debate and perspectives and having regard to contextualities. For me, that then is become so. I in the 1980s, I hate referring to myself and referring to sometimes the practical because you end up talking about what you have experienced. In the 1980s, as a student of literature, I had that situation where I was taught 20 Shakespeares in first year, English literature from the 17th or 16th century, and poetry from the same, and no African literature. So easily the solution there was add a course in African literature. But that would not have decolonized the syllabus. What I was interested in is forms of world literature coming from different parts of the world that might show influences across each other, raise interesting contextual issues, and represent the world in particular ways. So I'll be located as a Zimbabwean as an African or even Southern African, there's a particular tradition of Southern African literature because of the particular experiences as an African, but also as a potential citizen of the world. And so when we fought the colonial nature of the literature, what then happened was a department which was not called an English department, but a department of literature in English, because we also had to be honest that we could not read Russian in the original, or French in the original, or Spanish in the original. We were reading things in translation, which comes with its own ideologies and lack of meanings, if you like. But at least we now gave students a literature course that exposed them to literatures of the world, and that sparked their imagination to think of people's everyday lives, social struggles, historical struggles, and people's forms of imagination, from the magic realism of the Latin American writers and the realist writings of the 19th century Russian writers dealing with the Tsar regime and notions of rebellion against the Russian monarch. But that for me was very, very important. I would say that it made me not afraid to travel the world. It made me not afraid to work anywhere in the world. It made me not afraid to talk from anybody elsewhere in the world. And that is actually what you need in a common humanity with different struggles and different ways of thinking.
Thanks. So I think this is a question that we need to think about as a, you know, what tools does it offer is probably not something that we're going to see right now. I think that the decoloniality is very much like transformation, a process where you probably will look back and 10 years from now and you will be able to kind of see where we were 10 years ago and where we are now, and see the extent to which decoloniality has changed, not only universities, but also students that we produced and sent out into the world. But in terms of the practicalities of what we are doing, I think there's a lot of sort of ripple moments that we are not yet acknowledging sufficiently. So even in terms of the curriculum, I think there are changes in the curriculum where lecturers that are interested in decolonial theory are taking those small moments in their own curriculum for their own courses and is rethinking and reflecting and is bringing in students as co-producers of curriculum. And in that 14 weeks, they are managing to begin to suggest that we can think and do differently. Research, I think that's very practical and real. And I mean, so if you typed in decolonial theory 5 years ago, you would probably not have found much that comes from African authors. All of a sudden, you know, you're sitting with a very long list. I think that's very real and that's very practical, because all of that research, for me, signals that there is this focus that we will see the result of probably 10 years from now. I think there's a lot that's happening within the spaces that we live in. We see things such as, you know, buildings. I'm not sure that pre-2015, this building would have given this idea of, you know, this is an African institution, you know, 5 years ago. So there are these small moments and that I think we need to appreciate, but that we also need to give momentum behind. And I think there's a reason why this conference organizers probably invited executives and leaders in education to come and engage on this. And I think the reason is because as leaders in university spaces, it's also up to us to kind of give the momentum for decolonization. Because otherwise, you know, it remains marginalized and in sort of in the marginalized spaces. But there's something else that I think that all of us should consider and think about how do we engage with that. So when I go and speak to our colleagues in math, so we've just a couple of months ago actually, we published this framework on curriculum change, which has as its basis decoloniality. And that has caused great unsettlement and discomfort and anxiety and paranoia, I would say, in some spheres.
And a campaign, I think you should mention.
All of that. So when I go into math and physics, and colleagues challenge us. You say, so is this the new policy of UCT now? Do you expect me to go there and decolonize math? What does that even mean? So people are quite frustrated and I think fearful and anxious about what do they do with this thing and what do I do with it in my discipline? And yet I think practically there is this possibility that in this fourth industrial revolution, decolonizing or decolonization may just open up opportunities if we work in that transdisciplinary fashion that Tawana talks about, where humanities and the STEM disciplines can actually come together and bring some form of greatness. And practically, Adam, I don't know what that looks like, but I do think that there is an opportunity, and I think we need to begin to think about what does it mean, what does decolonization mean for innovation? Because we are at a moment of innovation and technological innovation, and what does it open up for us? And I think we need to kind of dig a little bit deeper and think a little bit more creatively around all of this.
Yeah. I just want to go back to what I said right at the beginning, which is to say, I think this is a process, and number one. Number two, I think that engagement is at the heart of this. So my response to Adam's point, and is the fact that societies like ours simply have, whether we like it or not, simply have multiple knowledge systems kind of coexisting with each other. When I was a kid, I had asthma, and my mother was kind of, took me to the doctor. But when my mother wasn't there, my grandmother took me to the Molvi Sahib, to the priest who recited something from the Quran and then blew in my face. Right? The point is that both of them took me, one to the doctor and the other to the Molvi Sahib at 9 in the morning when the asthma attack was going to die anyway. So it's just this kind of this coexistence of multiple knowledge systems. And the big question for us now is to try and understand just how these multiple knowledge systems coexist. I mean, the point is that individuals in our societies, all of us, in fact, coexist in these different in these knowledge systems. We kind of slide between them depending on, and of course they have implications for policy. So we can't say, we can't ignore them. I'm not suggesting that Adam is suggesting that, but it takes me back to this point that we have to think of this as a process, and that for me at least, the critical issue is this idea that South African universities have to engage with the local context in knowledge production. That we can't have the bulk of our knowledge enterprises shaped by the global enterprise, by global concerns, that we have to be locally contextualized. So that's my first point. The second point I want to make is that that actually, we don't know what's going to come from this. I mean, the one thing that's possible is that we might get another more integrated form of physics. I don't know. All I know at the moment is that Bernoulli's principle and Newton's law work. They allow us to fly aeroplanes, Now, that doesn't mean that's the only way to understand it. There might well be new forms of knowledge that provide us with the ability to work out these things. New integrated forms of knowledge, perhaps, which are kind of which may be much more complex and so on. But I just want to go back to something that you asked, Salim, which is that, there is a starting point, it seems to me. The starting point is the local contexts. It might well be that in these in a context like South Africa and other parts of the continent, that actually the shift will be towards away from reductionism into more integrated forms of knowledge. Because that's what Ubuntu tells us, you know. Now, you know, to be honest, I don't know a lot about Ubuntu. But what I do know is that reductionism is almost like an antithetical to the kinds of lives that we lead, right? So, you know, process and engagement, for me, that's, I think, the central features.
Thank you. So I think this might be a good time to open up, because many of you who presented papers, who were engaging over the last 2 days, have been using the Decolonial school. When I asked the question, I was not entirely agnostic, I must say. By the way, I didn't imply that the Decolonial school leads us to a bit of Indo philosophy, but my fear is that's how sometimes it's being interpreted. A little bit of Indian and a little bit, and now we're decolonial. I think it's much more than that. But, you know, I think the idea of colonialism, the idea of coloniality not ending with colonialism is an important idea when we think the decolonization of universities. I think the idea of the coloniality of being and how we see people is a fundamental thing to think about. I'll always remember the young woman who was on the SRC at UCT when I did a seminar with them in about 2001, who said one of the most powerful and most hurtful things. She says, I sit at UCT in front of a lecture in business science, and the lecturer comes in every day, and she says, he does not see me. That's a very powerful thing to say. She didn't say he's sexist, he's racist, he's orientated to the southern suburbs. She says, he does not see me. I am invisible, right? The coloniality of being idea forces us to think about who is sitting in front of us and who we are engaging with. And the idea of coloniality of knowledge is a very powerful resource, I think, because it's forcing us to confront all kinds of things like Eurocentric epistemology and so on. So I can certainly see the resources. My interest is in how is this being used, whether in philosophy or in sociology, or to put them on the spot. How is this being used at the leadership of the universities? Because we can either say, let the 1,000 flowers bloom, and one day we'll get somewhere, or it's going to be driven more strongly, assertively. I don't mean aggressively or dirigistly, but with some leadership around this. Okay? So the question then of where are we, and both in the process of curriculum, decolonization, that question comes from an idea on my part that leaders do matter, that individuals do matter. And if their leadership is not being provided at an institutional level, because we are leading institutions, not just individuals, right? Or is it academic freedom that's a problem? We don't want to tell any academic that we have certain imperatives because we'll be violating the academic freedom. Then we need to debate what academic freedom is, right? Whether it's an individual right or whether it's a peer community kind of obligation and so on, right? So let's hear from you. Many of you are working, you know. How are you using it? What are the challenges you think? Where do you think it's working, it's not working? And here's your opportunity to speak directly with the leaders of your institutions also. Let's start with you. Ekran, let's start with you. And then we'll come down here.
So I just have a bit of a question, actually. Professor Twane spoke about there being a lack of space for youth. And in the university and in the space of the university, and especially during the Fees Must Fall protests, the youth were viewed as a public disorder to a public good. And social problems were criminalized rather than the conditions that gave rise to the social problems. And securitization, which promotes punishment and fear, then governed the relationship, mediating the relationship between the youth and the larger social order. How do we then unsettle the paradigm of power that has us, or rather you, as vice chancellors, being and doing and getting angry at those who are actually the victims of a neoliberalism, and they are being portrayed as the perpetrators. And I think an example of this portrayal would be Professor Vice Chancellor Adam Habib's title of his book, Rebels and Rage.
Okay, let's take more. We'll come. That was in part directed at Professor Coupe and Professor Habib. But I think it's more generally about securitization. Can it create the environment which we need? Sorry, there's someone.
Thank you. So I'm from Stellenbosch University, and I'm going to take that empty chair representing Stellenbosch because Stellenbosch is not at all engaged in the decolonial discussion. And funnily enough, being one of the biggest perpetrators of silencing people. So I actually just want to also make a comment on, Adam, you spoke about, you said we are stuck in an abstract conversation and we need to talk more on policy level and what does it look like. And I wasn't sure if it was an inclusive or exclusive we. Do you mean we as in on management level, like vice chancellors, or we as in like the academics sitting in this room? Because on behalf of the academics, I was like, well, I'll just go throw my master's thesis in the bin now. Because that's exactly what we're doing here. We're making it, we're taking it from the abstract, I think, and we're trying to make it a practicality. We're looking at the nitty-gritty. And speaking from my experience at Stellenbosch is I really do, as a linguist, I'm really trying my best to affect policy, but there's no clear way to do it. So then I do my research because that's legitimate, and I go out to the students and I say, tell your stories, come, let's make your voices heard and take this further and let's affect policy. But as soon as I've done that, then I'm kind of stopped in my tracks because I will publish a paper, but I'm still not being heard. And my participants aren't being heard. And so from the side of academics working with students, and as a student, because I'm a student, I don't know how to make this into policy because we're being stopped and we're being silenced. And I've worked as both an academic and a student leader at Stellenbosch, and I just know you get so far and no further. And maybe we need to, in the flavor of Stellenbosch, set up a task team. We quite like those. But we're not too sure what happens after the task team, but there's usually a task team. And with Stellenbosch, our biggest issue, and as a linguist, has been language policy. And we've really been the many long conversations we've sat in the staff room as a linguistics department and rubbed our heads, couldn't understand why we haven't been consulted on language policy yet. And how we could maybe reach out. And we even invited the rector, we invited Wim to our exhibition that we had last year. And he very nicely walked around. And what I found so striking is that he looked at the work of the students on multilingualism. And he was very complimentary, but when we tried to engage with him in a conversation, the conversation was he shut us down very quickly. It became defensive, and then he said, I'm sorry, I have to leave. So I don't know how we're trying to make it practical. We're trying to affect policy, but it's just not working.
Okay, so I think that's a great question. Who's the we? And can we deconstruct the we into students, academics, leaders, and so on?
Hi, my name is Sukrita. I'm from India. I just wanted to bring up a movement like Fees Must Fall that happened in India in 2016. There was a scholar called Rhodes Vemula, a Dalit scholar. And if anybody knows the context of India, universities have been very tightly controlled for many decades by a caste elite. And he was a student who was raising some very pertinent political questions, and he was suspended along with his comrades, and he was forced to commit suicide. So inspired by my sister's message over there about exclusion and how seriously that question is being taken in this whole discussion on decolonizing the universities here, if you could just throw some light on, how it's impacted that,
Okay, anyone else? Right, quite a few. So let's go into this side. You've had 3 on this side already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll take all of them and then come to you, and then we'll, So let's start right at the back there. The 2 sisters at the back.
Dr. Badat, I've been asked to speak because I've got the mic, so the guy here will,
Long as you don't take everyone else's time.
No, I won't. I won't.
Short questions or comments, please.
Just a quick critique. We have our leadership of our institutions and vice chancellors, etc., assembled here today, but it feels more like a lecture, more than anything. And we are the practitioners of decoloniality, but we sit and we are given only 5 minutes as an audience to engage the questions. But however, that is a matter that we can discuss at some point. And we don't see our leaders, by the way. We don't get the opportunity to interact with our leaders. Then there's a question of an eruption of frustration from our sides as students and as academics. But when we do see them, it's a lecture. Kanjani, how is that happening? It's just a brief question from my side. I wish to raise 2 things. The first is by DVC from UCT, who raises the question of Sarki Bartman. Let's go to Zine Makubana's text on which bodies matter. And we begin to surface the scientific role that Sarki Bartman plays in advancing European voyeurism, right? Dr. Badat, you mentioned in the last question, where are we and whether we are lazy as Africans? And I wish to say, let's read Prof. Madlingozi's work more systematically. Prof. Madlingozi suggests a theme that has been spoken to even by Zoe Wickham, which is the concept of reading and rereading. So the scholarship is there. Go back to William Wellington Kopa in 1885, right? The great debate about education. The scholarship is there. Go back to Nonsis Mkweto's work. The scholarship is there. And yet we get lectured to, and we are the practitioners, by the way, who are in the ground, and we get lectured to about how to do decoloniality when in fact we should be partnering with our leadership, institutional leadership. So we are framing conversations with a lack of understanding because the scholarship, even as we are trying to do this decolonial work, there's people who are still being sidelined. The question is problematic of what are we doing as Africans. We have gained a surgency of the debate, and we are now surfacing these people. We are surfacing we are surfacing these are the scholars we are bringing into our works right now. And yet we are being lectured to by people who don't lecture because they administrate institutions.
Hello? Can I talk?
Well, I'm trying to be equitable in terms of who had hands up. So
okay,
there are 2 sisters in the back who've had hands up, so we'll come to you. We're at the back at the moment.
Thank you. My name is Fanele Kuzoyo, and the question that I have is coming from the Student Collective on Twitter. It's twofold. It's for all the vice chancellors up here. The question is, what lessons have been learned since 2015? And if any, what meaningful changes have been made that are not necessarily rhetoric? Thank you.
Okay, so that's a variation of that. Where are we? In the unsettling and in the process of decolonizing.
My question is aimed at all the panelists, and I would like to start off by going back to what Francis Nyamjo said previously. He stated that at the expense of local relevance and in search of international recognition, some African intellectuals feel pressured to abandon their African identities and recycle and reiterate dominant colonialist scopes of knowledge. In addition to that, Professor Kwesi Pra, whose work has focused on the upliftment of African culture, African traditions, and most importantly, African languages, reflected and acknowledged his failure as an academic when watching students protest at Stellenbosch and calling for the fall of Afrikaans to be replaced by English as the medium of instruction. And my question question to the panelists is, do you acknowledge or reflect whether or not you have failed students in any way? If yes, in what ways have you failed students? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to make a few comments. I will actually join my dear friends there to actually say that in these kind of platforms, it is important that the people attending are given enough opportunities to also engage the panelists. I think listening to the speakers here and going back to most of the discussion which have been taking place in the decolonization debate, the common denominator is that we have people who can be considered as subject and a master race who could be identified either with the slave master in the United States or the colonizers in colonized countries. And the problem that we are all facing, for example, here, the Deputy Vice-Chancellor or Vice-Chancellor from UCT talking about mathematicians or physicists complaining about what do we mean by decolonizing mathematics. All this is due to the fact that we have not defined what it means, a colonized education. And without giving at least an acceptable definition, we are just going to turn around. And I have a small definition which could actually shed a bit of light, and I'll go a little bit back into history to illustrate why that definition actually could help us move forward. So I'm saying that a colonized education is a system of education which is based on implicit or explicit preconceived ideas of the intellectual inferiority of the people to whom that education is subjected to. And it has as a final outcome mainly to generate in the person undergoing such an education complex of subordination. Because all what we are facing actually come down essentially to that. And we haven't found answers. Professor Mkhize touched upon it brilliantly in his intervention by actually suggesting things like Afrocentricity, okay, as a possible solution. Now, why I'm saying that intellectual inferiority is at the root of all of that, I will quote Thomas Jefferson. 1792, that's not from Donald Trump, it's from Thomas Jefferson, talking about Negroes, the slaves, and white people in general. What does he say? Comparing them by their faculty of memory, reason, and imagination, it appears that in memory, the Negroes are equal to the white. In reason, much inferior. As I think, one could scarcely be found to tracing and comprehending the investigation of Euclid. And that in imagination they are dull, tasteless, and anomalous. Why am I taking this quote? Because my background is I am a mathematician. And the United States, almost all the segregated education systems that have been put in place in the United States were generally informed by that kind of ideas. This I consider as explicit form of a colonized education. It is also the case of Bantu education here. Mathematics, science were kind of the holy grail that one needed actually to detach the colonized people from. So they had to do things for labor and so on and so forth. The answer to this is in history. If Thomas Jefferson...
Sorry, I have to ask you.
Okay, I will be brief.
I'm getting a sign.
Okay.
There are other things coming after.
No,
this.
I understand.
Please, either the question or the...
Okay, so can I just come down to the final conclusion? So we need to go back into history and actually see what is it that African did indeed contribute to knowledge. We cannot romanticize about it or call names, and there are enough work that have been done to actually justify or essentially prove that Africans did participate in scholarship at the highest level. Ancient Egyptians are not outside the continent. They are Africans, and it is our duty as scholars to actually go back to that ancient time and find the resources that are needed to actually confront all those prejudices that we are actually going through. Unless we do that, we are just going to turn around the issue, and we find ourselves in 50 years again discussing the same issue. So your colleagues at UCT, essentially, they can actually find themselves this book, Civilization or Barbarism. They will actually see in this book that ancient Egyptians actually were the masters of mathematics in their times, and most Greeks were actually educated in ancient Egypt. We have the right to actually consider ourselves as custodian of that past. Thank you.
Who else was there? Yourself, and then we're going to... So please, if I can ask either a question or short comments, because we're really running out of time.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the reminder. There is a danger of having so many other keynote speakers. Mine is quite straight. I acknowledge that most of us in here are products of what Mbembe calls epistemic coloniality, a persistent, mode of colonization through the curriculum and the education system. So I think this is an opportune moment, being in front of the CEOs of our universities, to ask a practical question. That's the one I want to ask now. And to say, do you see the possibility of true decoloniality happening at the universities that you are leading? Thank you.
Greetings, and thank you for this opportunity. I'll be straightforward and to the point. I understand that as researchers, we're on the field, we gather data, we analyze, we make recommendations. As VCs, you are head of institutions. You have the power to put systems into effect. You have the power to formulate policies or approve policies or make recommendations that can actually be respected by people. But if we can only recommend, and you have the authority to actually put something into effect. My question is, what meaningful contributions have you done towards decolonization thus far? What systems have you put into effect? Whether you failed or you succeeded, I just want to know, what have you done thus far?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you to the
Firstly, to the protesters, I think what you have done demands tremendous courage, and we recognize what you have done. Actually, you remind us of a responsibility that we all have. Before engaging the academia, this is to all the VCs, before engaging the academic, the academia, the curriculum, etc., I did not hear any of the VCs speak about their responsibility, specifically the ethical responsibility in relationship to the student in terms of decolonization. So, because without the student, none of the above would matter, well, curricula, teaching, etc., and none of us would really exist. Because it is of the student that the university and the academia are there. In this regard, have the VCs deliberated apologizing to the folders for the trauma that they have caused them through the violence that they themselves have brought onto the campuses? And what deliberation have the VCs made in terms of allowing those folders that have been suspended illegally in many instances or have been incarcerated to consider bringing them back into the fold of the university and recognizing that theirs was a legitimate struggle? Thank you.
Okay, so we have to cut there. And let me give an opportunity to each of them to respond to whatever questions they want to. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do all of it. I must apologize to the organizers. We're running 20 minutes past, and something else was meant to start at 5 o'clock.
Okay, so I'm not going to even attempt, also in the interest of time, of answering all the questions. But I do want to speak to, I guess, the role of leadership and how do we, what is our responsibility in decoloniality and in terms of also partnering with academics. So I want to sort of start it by maybe just speaking about my own personal experience. I came into this position in 2017. I guess very much towards sort of towards the end of the Feast Must Fall protest. But I also came into it as an academic that have, prior to stepping into this position, been part of the protesting academics. So, and it has created this strange kind of schizophrenia where you're an outsider that's now an insider. And it has given me a different lens through which I now have to understand and engage with the university. It has put me in a great level of discomfort, of being incomplete, to quote Francis, because it means that I have to change my perspective, because I have to take into account not only my own values and what drives me as an academic and a scholar and a teacher and as a human being, but also I have to consider the institution. And I must say that I'm confronted with a grayness that was previously much more black and white. And that grayness is not easy. I also understand that I am holding a portfolio where I don't know it all. And so I certainly am not an expert in decolonization, but I am somebody that post-2015 started to reflect and started to reflect on the ways that I teach and the ways that I do research. And when I now look at some of my scholarship, I think I would probably do it differently. Classroom practice, I think if I was still active in the classroom, I would have used this opportunity to bring about some differences and changes in the way that I teach, but also in terms of the course content and producing environmental lawyers, because that's my area of expertise, that think differently about the world when they step into the environment, because that's something that I do feel strongly about, is that we cannot just sit here and navel gaze, but we do need to produce graduates that can go out and make a difference. And if we're not doing that, then probably what we're doing here doesn't carry a whole lot of value. But the second point that I want to make is, and I want to speak to the colleague of Stellenbosch as well, is that I think it is very important that we draw on the expertise of academics who are the experts. In the work that I do, I try to do it, and I don't think I'm always doing it right, and I'm trying to learn the lessons from how I'm not doing it right. But I fundamentally acknowledge and value the expertise that colleagues bring in bringing about change, because I'm in the business of having to drive that change. And there's amazing knowledge out there, and I do try to draw on it, but it remains an imperfect endeavor, but it needs to remain an endeavor. And then one of the interesting things that I've learned in stepping into this is that there's not a hell of a lot of power in terms of being an executive of the university. Actually, you're not the person that makes the changes, that makes the policies. You can maybe come up with an idea, but there is a senate, there is a council, there are unions, there are students, of course, that all needs to buy into it. And so there may be wonderful ideas that may never find traction, and that's the imperfectness of our current university systems as they stand. So I'll just end there.
I think I just want to address 2 points. I think the question of we, I think, is a critical question. And in some respects, the National Commission on Higher Education, leading up to the Higher Education Act in 1995 to 97, in some ways, because of the way in which the National Commission on Higher Education was constructed, it was like a social compact. It kind of brought together the trade unions, student organizations, so on and so forth, together with university leaders, business community, and so on. And there was like a social compact that gave rise to this, that kind of flowed from it. But by the time we got to 2010, it was quite clear that social compact was breaking down, and for a variety of reasons. And I think that there's a need now for us to really establish a new social compact. What is the role of higher education in our society? It's a question we have very differing views on. And it's something that I think we have to work towards. And actually, we have a National Planning Commission now. It should be something that they should be taking up. Another kind of social compact, if you like. It's a serious question. And I think that unless we kind of begin to pull those threads together, I'm not saying that we should have a uniform view, but start pulling those threads together about what the role of higher education is in society for the next 20 years or something. We're going to have difficulties like the difficulty that you raise, actually. The second point is, I don't know what true decoloniality is. I don't know what it is. And to be honest, I think it's, I think we can only begin a process of understanding, what we want to reach. We don't quite know what to reach yet. And knowledge generation is a process. But it's clear to me that the one thing that is clear to me is that there's a fracturing that's occurring in the dominant knowledge system at the moment. Within physics itself, it's becoming clear, more and more clear, that reductionism isn't the full answer. It's becoming more and more clear that we need to adopt kind of integrative approach. I'll just give you one very simple example. We know exactly what the fundamental particles in nature are. We know exactly how they interact with each other. We can even detect them. But if you ask somebody, you give somebody a bag of quarks and say to them, please will you construct an atom from the quarks and the electrons? We have no idea how to do that. So there's a growing kind of sense, even within physics, that there's a need for us to begin to rethink this reductionism. And I think that there's a very powerful impetus there for us to start thinking about rethinking about the way in which we address an evolving knowledge kind of system in South Africa, knowledge project. And again, I'll emphasize, I think it has to do with really engaging with our context. That's.
In 3 days' time, I'll have been 6 months in office as a vice-chancellor. But I've been part of the academy for a long time, all the way in South African academy, that is, and previously elsewhere. So somebody asked about what lessons were learned, but I see they have left the room, or no, they've returned into the room. One of the big lessons that I learned from the context of 2015, 2016, and let's not disrespect that there were other struggles before 2015 and 2016. They were just not televised, and they were not on air. And they occurred in a variety of institutions that do not get the limelight. But what I have learned is the following. Contrary to what happened in the rest of the African continent, one cannot say that the question of student funding, which was the ostensible reason for the protests of 2015, 2016, was addressed in ways that could sustain educating a generation of South Africans that could meet the needs of individuals and the needs of society. And that question still remains on the table and ought to be addressed. Second, that in a university, what you will need to do, whatever the issue is to build a coalition of those who want a sustainable university, that is where there is equity, access, and a high-quality education that can transform lives, transform society, transform our continent, and make a contribution to the world. That it cannot be an internal struggle and conflict between internal actors, because a university is not a thing in itself. It is a social act. And that all in the university have to acknowledge their privilege. There are levels of privilege in our society. Being in a university is often also a form of privilege in our society. So how do we ensure that a university does that? That in relation to the curriculum and research agendas, by the way, that we need to realign our curriculum and our research agendas in ways that actually speak to creating the kind of society and individuals we want. And that is why in this very, very venue, our mission is that all Africans should come together and to use transdisciplinary knowledge in order to solve the complex problems facing Africa, but do that in the context of understanding we live in the rest of the world. And fourth, and I'll end there, Chair. There's an adage that I think has come from people largely of Marxist or progressive bent, which goes something like this. Claim no easy victories and tell no lies.
Adam, then we'll give the last word to you, Prof. Mkhize.
So I've got really 3 points. The first is I think that somebody said on the right there that VCs cannot lead the discussion on decoloniality. And I think he's absolutely right. We don't have the complex disciplinary experience to be able to lead this discussion at the programmatic level. And so the way we've approached it at Wits, just for an example, is about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we made it mandatory for every school to have a curriculum discussion. Everybody is meant to be there, postgraduate students, undergraduate students, staff members, alumni from the discipline, etc. And frankly, quite a few have had this with mixed success. Some of it useful. There's been some significant movements in some departments, much less forward action in others. So that's the first thing. The second is, somebody asked a question about the success of decoloniality, and I think you raised it in relation to the institution. I'll raise it at the level of the more generic. I'm frankly far more pessimistic about it than some of my colleagues here. I think we've got some good research. I think we've got a lot of populist writing. I think we speak at a level of abstractness and generality. And so long as we don't get to the debate on specific reforms, we'll never be serious about decoloniality of our institutions. And I think that that's where we're heading. And then the final one, and I know this is going to be controversial, but It has to be raised. You want frank conversation, you need to get it. The violence question, frankly, I disagree. I think it's theoretically and empirically unsound, the analysis you have. If you are really serious about a conversation, I'm happy to have it. But it has to be a frank conversation. Violence in our campuses, at least at Wits, I can tell you empirically and theoretically, was enabled by factionalization, not police action. And that's not going to make you happy, but frankly, it's time you frankly confronted it. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me just quickly round up. Thank you to everyone for participating in this. I take the point, you have different ways of engaging. One is a lecture, one is a conversation, one is a seminar. There are different expectations. I don't suppose the organizers can meet every expectation, but it's not a zero-sum situation. It doesn't mean this format precludes other formats. And I would be the first to encourage these conversations to happen at institutions, not just at a conference once a year. So let me thank Sheena for curating this conversation a few years ago, bringing us back into this conversation today. And let me just end off with one or 2 points. Firstly, I'd like to think that we would agree that whatever the momentum or the trajectory over the next 5 or 10 years at our universities, that there are at least 3 things that should be the litmus test. That whatever situation we come to, with its incompleteness, with its trade-offs and so on, it must ensure greater equity of access and opportunity and success, if it's to be worthy of its name, that it must enhance teaching and learning and the quality of the graduates that we produce, and ultimately, it must enhance research and the kinds of knowledge we produce that serves South Africa and Africa. If it does not do those 3 things, then I think we're in trouble, right? So ultimately, however we get there, and over whatever period of time, if it doesn't do those things, then perhaps we are diminished. It must enhance all of those, right? Last point to pick up on Ahmed. I have the privilege of traveling around South Africa every year as part of the job I do. I visited 9 universities. They're not all 26. Subsequently, I was invited to speak at 2 strategic planning workshops. One was at UCT, the other was at Salt Blakey. They're both thinking their strategic plans. And Loretta will say that one of the key points I raised there, Ahmed, was each year, this privilege of traveling around lets me take away some idea which I try and share. This year's idea was it led me to really think, is it as fundamental as this? But the takeaway this year was simply, we need to have a deep conversation and a social compact around what is a university. Unless we start to have that, I'm fearful. And subordinate questions are that is, what is a scholar? And what is a student? Unless we start to nail down those issues and forge a social compact around that, I think it's going to be more messy than it needs to be. So I'll leave you with that thought. What are universities for? What is a university? Thank you very much for participation. I also want to acknowledge the right of our colleagues here to protest. I want to acknowledge and recognize it has been a dignified process that did not unduly interfere with the conversation that is happening, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you very much.